Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the College of Letters and Science Virtual Majors Fair. Let me start by saying congratulations on being admitted to UC Davis. We're going to start here in another minute or so. It looks like some more people are rolling into the session, so I want to make sure that as many people get all of the information as possible. So we'll start in another 30 seconds, a minute or so. So hang tight. All right, let's get started here. So welcome everybody to the Virtual Majors Fair for the College of Letters and Science. I want to remind you that the Q&A feature is open, so hopefully you've noticed that. You can ask us questions anytime. So if you've got questions about the computer science program, anything about that, feel free to submit your questions at any time. We've got a bunch of representatives from the computer science major here, staff advisors, as well as some peer advisors. So if you start submitting your questions, we'll be able to answer those along the way. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Cassidy. Cassidy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Do you want to take it away and introduce your folks?
Yes, I will. So let's see here. Hello, everyone. My name is Cassidy Ogedeby, and I am the undergraduate program manager in the computer science department. And I have actually four of our advisors. I have two peer advisors and also our two full-time advisors. I have Sarah here, Jason, also Courtney and Matthew. And so if y'all wanted to say a few things, if your video is on, or wave.
Hello, congratulations on being admitted into UC Davis. We're really excited to have you, and we hope you choose us. We're hopefully going to go over some of the questions that you're wondering in the next half an hour or so, but we're really excited to meet all of you, and congratulations once again. Oh, and my name is Sarah Chilamitos. I'm one of the staff advisors in the department.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jason Cison. I'm one of the undergraduate advisors as well in the CS department. And to kind of echo what Sarah said, welcome and congratulations on being admitted to our university.
Okay. So first, we're going to start off with a presentation. We want to make sure that we get all of your questions answered. But while we're going along with the presentation, like Mark mentioned, if you want to put those questions in the Q&A and we can answer those, or we can also, at the end of the presentation, if there's something that we didn't get to answer for you, we can answer those. So let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started here.
All right, so the Department of Computer Science has two majors. Right now, we're talking about letters. We're in the College of Letters and Science, which is where our computer science major is, but our department is also home to another major, computer science and engineering, which is found in the College of Engineering as well. So you must be wondering, like, what's the difference between the two? The names are really similar. The two majors are almost identical in terms of the core classes that you'll be taking, including digital circuits. Computer science and engineering covers a view of the entire machine from top to bottom, while computer science has larger flexibility due to the larger number of free electives. But generally, both are pretty similar. Our students like both.
Another thing we'd like to touch on as far as the computer science program at UC Davis is concerned is that it is an actually impacted, or what we regard as impacted department or impacted major. So as is the case with most four-year institutions, the CS department is very impacted. We have a lot of students due to the popularity of the field that are in the major and also trying to get into the major. So it can be difficult for students to get into classes at some times. And definitely at one point or another, while you're a student here at UC Davis in the CS department, you will end up on a wait list for a course or actively looking for alternative courses if your first choices don't work out. And that's where us as academic advisors come in, as we can help you navigate your department and major requirements and degree requirements, and also help you create academic plans for your time here.
So some of the courses you'll be taking here, they range sorry, let me just start over. So after taking a foundational course sequence in mathematics and our lower division computer science, which includes courses in subjects like Unix, C and C++, and some natural sciences, you'll then move into our core upper division courses with things like algorithm design, computer architecture, computation, programming languages, and then finally you'll move on to your elective courses, probably your last few quarters here at the university, with things such as like AI, machine learning, web programming, a lot of those courses that a lot of our students really look forward to during their time here, and that are specifically pertaining to their postgraduate interests.
Okay, and I actually think I saw a question regarding this in some of the Q&A questions. As far as internships and research go, many of our students participate in internships and can potentially receive university credit for the work they do in their internships towards major and degree requirements. Some of the internship locations our students have held positions in at the past are Google, Microsoft, Intel, and a ton of other smaller startup companies. UC Davis also has an amazing internship and career center on campus with career advisors to help students locate, apply to, and interview for internships as well. So you're not just going out there alone. There's plenty of support systems on campus to help you seek those out. The faculty in the CS department also have research groups in the department. In the following areas, we have graphics, visualization, and human computer intelligence group, systems group, theory and algorithms group, software, and also AI and machine learning. So as you can see, whether it comes down to internships or research, there's plenty of opportunities within the CS department for students to participate in both of those.
Yeah. And then if we didn't answer anything today here, you can always find more information on our website, which has been recently redone at cs.ucdavis.edu. There's a lot of good information on there for our students. Yeah, I think we'll go to the next slide. Yep, and that's kind of our overview. So now we're gonna open up the floor to some questions and just try and answer anything that you have remaining. So,
All right, do you guys want to start at the top here?
Sure.
Okay, so the first question up here that looks like a few students are asking is maybe what the difference is between being in the College of Engineering and the College of Letters and Science. What would be the benefit of being in one or the other?
So I guess I can go ahead and take that. So between the College of Engineering and College of Letters and Sciences, the College of Engineering does have accreditation requirements that are built in some of their majors. The ABET accreditation does necessitate that the computer science and engineering major take on kind of a more rigid set of requirements than computer science, or in the Letters and Science department. So it kind of comes down to the requirements that each college has each student completing. You can say that the College of Engineering's requirements are a little more stringent, but at the same time, the decision between Letters and Science and Engineering should kind of come down to what the student's career goals are. The CS major does lend itself more towards students interested in the software side of things, whereas the Computer Science and Engineering department, or that major, does involve a lot more, well, not a lot more, but a decent amount more of actual hardware material and topics covered in the curriculum, as opposed to just a strictly software sort of oriented approach that the CS department has.
Perfect. How about any of the student peers? What has been your experience? Are you all computer science students yourselves or computer science and engineering students?
So I'm a computer science student.
I'm also computer science students here.
Okay, great. And then what about prep work? So community college classes, does it make sense to maybe take a computer science course at the community college? And does that count for any other requirements towards the major before they come in?
I would say that if you're a first year student, because of the structure of our courses, while there are equivalents at community colleges that students can possibly take, I think it would be more advantageous for the students to enter our university and start taking the classes from the very beginning due to continuity and sort of consistency sake. The option is there for students if they fall behind at some point or something to maybe catch up and take equivalents at a community college. But for the most part, I think it benefits them more to start all of their CS coursework at UC Davis, since it has been designed by our faculty to sort of be cohesive and be consistent.
Great. And how about placement exams? Can you talk about that process for entering students? Should they take any classes here maybe through summer session, or what is the placement exam process for new entering first year students?
Well, generally, I'd say students should enjoy themselves as much as possible before coming to college and getting getting very busy with our courses that we're going to throw at them. But seriously, as far as the placement exam goes, the students will have sort of the normal placement exams like the math placement exam, chemistry placement exam, if they're interested in taking chemistry, that is. And as far as the CS placement exam goes, we do offer it only once a year during the summer session, or during the summer quarters or summer session. And the students would be taking that placement exam if they were interested in starting in our first lower division course, which is ECS 36A. The students, in order to get into ECS 36A, would need to either get a passing score on the placement exam, or they have the option, if they have a pretty limited or not much of a CS background coming out of high school, to take our ECS 32A course, which is a very, very introductory programming class.
Excellent. Thanks, Jason. So couple questions in here that we can mark off maybe if we talk about students who might want to switch into computer science. So, you know, if they're already in engineering, perhaps in the College of Engineering, does that give them an advantage? Or maybe if they're an undeclared physical science student in the College of Letters and Science, can we talk about that process for preparing yourself to switch into the major or changing into the major?
I can go ahead. Sorry I'm talking so much, but I can go ahead and answer that. The requirements I think the students, if they're interested in switching from, say, like a non-engineering major into computer science, should definitely kind of focus on taking the correct math courses. We have a combination of a few lower division math courses and the lower division CS courses that are required before a student can potentially switch into the major. And I would say that it's important for first year students to realize that switching into the CS major can take about a year or so, just because of the lower division courses and sequences that they need to follow before they're eligible. So I'd probably say that the students should not be in any hurry and just slowly work towards that goal of switching into the major. Make sure that, you know, hopefully your math placement score can get you into the correct math course, which would be 21A in your first quarter. But at the same time, you know, again, taking, you know, the lower division CS courses, if they're interested, they should try to take the CS placement exam during the summer to figure out whether or not they can start in ECS 36A, or if they have to start in the introductory course of 32A. Again, though, the students have to probably deal with the requirements for at least the first year before they'd be eligible to switch.
Great. All right, so Matthew, Courtney, what kind of tutoring options are available, resources are available? Peer help, tutoring, whether it's for math, programming, what kind of support do you guys offer your undergrads?
I can answer that question. So for computer science, we usually have like a lot of resources like Davis Computer Science Club. They usually have like the few like workshops on some of the events. And also the CS department is having the tutoring, which is on 75 camper, if I'm not mistaken, on the room number. So you can actually make good use of like the tutoring to help, like if you are stuck with the homework and stuff like that. So yeah, Courtney, do you want to add something to it?
No, I think you covered everything. I was just going to mention the CS Tutoring Club, and they typically have tutors for all the lower division and a majority of the upper division courses as well. So that's super helpful.
Awesome. So one question in here about the number of units for CS students, and I wonder if maybe you could also address whether or not CS students double major.
I could do that one.
Yeah.
So I can finally talk.
Thanks, Sarah.
So for computer science, just the major requirements, it's about 96 to 100 units, depending on if you're taking 32A or 36, that can add that extra 4. And then double majoring, it is common. We see it with like cognitive science, man-econ, some other things in letters and science. You're actually not allowed to double major in computer science and engineering because there's too much overlap between the two majors with the amount of similar coursework. So it is possible if you start early and you like plan strategically with an advisor in both departments that you're thinking about double majoring in, but just know like computer science by itself is a hefty major, and you can always get a minor in something else. That's what I would say.
I would also to add to, thanks Sarah, that was good, that any students that are interested in the double major, we know a lot of students are very, very set on trying to graduate within 4 years, but adding a second major to the computer science major can cause you in most cases to have to stay longer. So any students that are considering double majoring should expect to have to stay at the university a bit longer than 4 years.
Would you say, Jason, that if you came in as a CS student, that you can finish in 4 by and large?
Just with the CS major alone?
Right, correct, yeah.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Okay. It is designed for a 4-year time frame. Again, though, because of the impacted nature of the major and the number of students that are trying to get into it and the popularity, course registration can be a little bit tricky. But for the most part, it is very doable within 4 years. But, you know, again, that assumes that a student passes all of their courses first try, doesn't have to take any repeats and that sort of thing as well. So 4 years is definitely something that the student should shoot for, but also be flexible to the idea that every student's path is kind of different. And again, it's not a pre-prescribed notion. Some students could end up, you know, taking a bit longer, and that's perfectly normal as well.
Great. So I know a lot of students are probably wondering, and there are some questions in here about course planning. And Jason, you touched on it a little bit, but particularly for that first quarter, do you want to talk a little bit about what orientation is going to look like and how students can get help designing that first quarter?
There's definitely going to be a lot of resources for students as far as planning goes prior to the scheduling, and we're going to have our advising sessions with the students as well. The first year advising sessions, I believe, will be taking place with the Letters and Science Dean's Office advisors. But generally, your first quarter at UC Davis usually would consist of the math that you place into whichever CS course, either ECS 32A or 36A, that you end up getting into as well. And then usually we recommend that students kind of round that off with a third GE course that's not related to the major. And that's mostly because the transition into the university, even for very accomplished high schoolers, there is a significant difficulty jump. And we don't generally want the students to go too heavy in their first quarter just to help deal with that transition. So, you know, while a lot of students are very excited out of the gate and want to do everything that the university offers as soon as they get here, we do recommend that they kind of stick to maybe a 12-unit schedule in the first quarter, with 2 major courses and a third GE to kind of balance out the workload.
Perfect. How about, I know we can't go into specifics necessarily, but what about AP scores? So how do some of those translate into maybe what a student would come into for, taking math. Can you talk briefly about APs and how that might prepare a student for, do they have to take math placement, say if they get a 5 on the calc AP, those kinds of things?
I would probably defer to the math department, but generally speaking, there are AP credit charts available on the campus websites where students can see what the scores on their AP exams might get them credit for at the university. Generally speaking, we don't accept AP computer science exam scores for anything that the students are required to take for the major. But other scores such as your AP Calc exam or AP English, AP Chemistry, some of those things could help you with some of the other requirements, degree requirements that you'll need to take. But again, I would probably seek out, I think you probably Google search it, the UC Davis AP credit chart, and that way the students can get a preview of what some of their AP scores would get them credit for once they get to our university.
Awesome. Matthew, it looks like you tagged a question about Hack Davis. Do you want to talk about maybe some of the ways CS students get involved in outside of the classroom experiences like Hack Davis or the club or anything like that?
Sure. So Hack Davis is like the hackathon, and it's organized by the I believe it's the CS department at UC Davis. So the purpose is that like programming within 24 hours and like producing all the beautiful projects. And I think they will be like offering the applications probably on early fall. So maybe stay tuned on that. And also there are a lot of like opportunities on campus, such as like for me myself, I'm like right now I'm currently the director for Picnic Day. So I think there are a lot of like resources on campus which can actually guide you to participate. And yeah, so Courtney, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I can add on a little bit to Hack Davis. I know someone had asked what kind of skill level. So just to answer that, I participated in Hack Davis as a freshman after my first quarter, so I'd only taken one course. So there really is, you can be like anywhere on the skill level chart to participate in that and just get some experience like working in groups and just kind of seeing what it's like to build a real life project. Yeah, and outside of that, there's a lot of clubs on campus, not just around computer science, but also just in general that are great ways to get involved and meet other people. Also, for me, it was a good way to meet other people who are in my classes and maybe meet other women who are in my classes or people who just shared other interests outside of coding that were also in my classes. So definitely a lot of ways to get involved and meet other people.
Awesome. We have, about 6 minutes left. And right before the end, I do want to maybe throw the question out again about changing in to or declaring CS because we still have some questions in there. I think some people showed up a little bit later. But do you guys want to talk a little bit about faculty and the accessibility of faculty? Are they available? Do you do research with them? How does that look in the CS department?
So the faculty within the CS department are very approachable, very friendly, and they're welcome to the students, communicating with them and inquiring with them about various internship or research positions that might be available. We do have a faculty advising team within the department, the CSUGA, and they hold sort of regular advising hours each quarter, so students can go to them with their questions regarding things that are kind of beyond our normal academic advising level, as far as questions with career research or research opportunities, what to do as far as graduate school and that sort of thing. So we do offer faculty advising resources as well in the department for students who are looking at kind of that junior level, senior level kind of level of questioning as far as what to do after graduation.
Awesome. Another quick question about the male to female ratio in the department.
I don't have the exact number, but we are, as I think the last I've seen, amongst the most diverse as far as genders go within the UC system. And Courtney, actually, if you want to chime in as far as what your experiences have been within our department as well, that'd be great.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely been some classes where sometimes it does seem like it's heavily male as compared to female. But I would say it's not as big of a difference as, at least as I thought coming in, like thinking that there would be a lot more males. I didn't notice it as much. I think there are quite a few females in all of my classes. So yeah, I think there's a lot of stigma around that coming in that is not as apparent once you actually sit in some of your classes and see that there's quite a few, like there's quite a good ratio.
And then does anybody know about how many undergrads are in the CS program altogether?
I can answer that.
Great.
So currently, and this is kind of going back to the statements we were making about an impacted major, the CS department is currently around or hovering around the 1,300 mark as far as total students in our CS and CSE majors, officially declared. The situation, though, does get impacted, so to speak, because of the number of students trying to change into the major or add us as a second major or pursuing the CS minor as well. In addition to students just taking CS courses as part of a curriculum for another major on campus or what have you. So with that number of students all trying to get into the courses, that kind of goes back to our statements of at some point students can experience some registration difficulty. But even then, by and large, the program is still definitely doable within 4 years.
Perfect. So we only have another minute or two left, but do you want to just briefly talk about the process for declaring CS as a major if you're already on campus and maybe enrolled in a different major?
So again, we have a list of lower division courses that have to be completed before a student can be eligible for the change of major. Additionally, the students are required to have at least a 3.0 cumulative UC GPA in order to be eligible as well. So generally speaking, we're talking about maybe, I think it's up to 4 lower division CS courses that a student would have to complete first, as well as 2 calculus courses and also completing that GPA. So like I mentioned, it's definitely going to be at least a year or so before a student can actually even consider the change of major into the department. So it's something that they would have to just kind of work through if that's their goal eventually.
Gotcha. Thanks, Jason.
Yep.
Cassidy, Sarah, Jason, Courtney, Matthew, how should these students get in touch with you if they have any further questions? I'll be taking all the questions that we didn't get answered down so that I'll share them with you. But if students have any further questions, how best to get in touch with you?
So I believe the admissions department does have a messaging system that they can direct questions to that get forwarded onto us, so we can answer questions through that portal.
Okay.
Our website, even though we recently did this transition and some of the content is still being updated, is also a great resource. We do have, or will have soon, the CS Undergraduate Handbook available online again. And that's a place where students can see requirements for both majors, both CS and CSE, as well as in-depth course descriptions of the courses that are required for the major and sample schedules to show how it can actually be done within 4 years.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you guys. Thank you to the computer
Congratulations.
Science Congratulations. Cassidy, Matthew, Courtney, Sarah, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Bye.
Thank you, Mark.
Bye,
Bye.
guys.
Bye.
All right, let's switch gears here. See if I can do this. All right, and we're gonna bring on oops, I am way at the wrong end of this. Let's go to Undeclared. All right, so we're going to switch gears to our Undeclared group. So for those of you who are in the session who maybe applied undeclared, or maybe you just don't know if the major that you got admitted into is the right one for you, and you're still exploring. So the team that we're going to bring in here is going to help you with that. So let's see. Leanna, you're on, yes?
Hi, Mark. Yep, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this off so that everybody can see you.
Hi, everybody.
There we go. All right. Is any of your team joining us?
Yes, Abby, Nadia, and Wendy are also here.
Excellent. All right. I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to take myself off so that you can take it away.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen once I have access to that.
There you go.
Awesome.
That'll work.
Let's see. Here we go.
Perfect.
Great.
All right.
Get this all organized. Well, hello, everybody, and good afternoon, and congratulations on your admission to UC Davis. We're so excited and happy that you're joining us today. So, as Mark mentioned, this is a session on the Undeclared program for the College of Letters and Science. So our goal for today's session is just to give you a brief overview of what opportunities and resources we have for undeclared students in this college, and then of course take time to answer your questions. I have a couple people here with me today. Like I said, my name is Leanna Friedrich, and I'm one of the academic advisors in the College of Letters and Science Undergraduate Education and Advising Office. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to my colleagues who will introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Wendy Hawes, and I'm also one of the advisors here in the College of Letters and Science. Congratulations, and we hope to see you in the fall.
Hi everyone, my name is Abby Mansour. I'm also an academic advisor for the College of Letters and Science Undergraduate Education and Advising Office, and we're excited to have you all here and interact today, and hopefully see you all in the fall.
Great, and we also have Nadia with us today. Nadia is one of our peer advisors, so one of our student peer advisors who works in our office. So I'll have Nadia introduce herself as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Nadia. I'm a third-year student here at UC Davis. Like Leanna mentioned, I'm a peer advisor here at the College of Letters and Science, and I'm a community and regional development major.
Great, thanks Nadia. So Nadia is an excellent resource for anyone who has questions that they would love the student perspective, especially on major exploration. So if you have questions specifically for Nadia as our student representative, feel free to submit them using the question and answer feature. You can also submit general questions for the advising team as well, and we'll be answering those as well. If you see questions that you're really interested in finding more about, feel free to use the upvote feature on the question and answer tool. The questions that are upvoted will rise to the top, so we'll be able to see those and get a general sense of what kind of questions you have this afternoon. So before we jump into that, we would love to just get a general sense of, who's in the room. So we've got a couple of little polls here just to get a sense of where we're all coming from. So I'm going to go ahead and launch a poll here, and there's two questions. And it should pop up on your screen. The first one is, where are you from? So where are you joining us from? Northern California, Central California, Southern California, out of state or international? And the second question is, what were your favorite high school subjects? There's a whole list of them, so feel free to answer any of those questions. I'll give people a couple of minutes to see. I see some of the polls coming in, and then I'll share them with you all to see where we're at with this. Awesome. I'm going to give you about 10 more seconds to answer these questions. And thanks for participating this afternoon. It's always interesting to see how people are doing and what their thoughts are. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and end the poll and share the results. So you should be able to see those on your screen. Looks like a lot of people are joining us from Northern California, Central California, and Southern California. So Californians, welcome. A couple of international students, so thanks for joining us. And then when it comes to different high school subjects, a large variety of different topics that people are interested in. Definitely a little bit of an edge on math and the history and social sciences. That's great. You know what I love about UC Davis is that we have so many different major options. And when it comes to declaring a major, sometimes it's helpful to think about what you like studying, what excites you. So thinking about the classes that you took in high school can be a really useful tool to figuring out your major. All right, so I'm going to go back to our presentation here. So one thing I just like to start out with is that it is fantastic to be an undeclared student. And there's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, UC Davis is designed and encourages exploration. We are a university that allows you to explore and change and decide what you like and what you don't like. It is possible to change your major. It is possible to explore a lot of different areas of interest. And the university is designed for that. So it's a really good option when you're thinking about exploring what your passions and interests are. I love the fact that we have majors from all different types of fields across campus, and you really can take the time to explore. For the College of Letters and Science specifically, a lot of our majors are actually fairly small, so you can take that time in your first 2 years to explore different things and still have those classes count for general education requirements and still be able to finish everything within a timely manner. So it's a really good opportunity for that. I'm not sure if you knew this, but most students actually change their major at some point. Last national average said about 75% of students changed their major. So in some sense of the word, even if you're undeclared or not, every student is undergoing some kind of major exploration process. In terms of letters and science alone, we have 55 majors for you to choose from. So that's quite a lot. And if that's not enough for you, UC Davis as a whole has over 100 majors that you can choose from. And you can look within letters and science or outside of letters and science, lots of different opportunities to explore. Students can also pursue multiple programs of interest with combinations of double majors and minors, cross-college majors. So you really have an opportunity to explore and see what feels right for you. In terms of the kind of support that we provide students in their major exploration journey, these are a couple highlights. So we do provide one-on-one academic advising. This is personalized assistance in your major exploration. We can meet with you to discuss what you like, what you don't like, what pathways you might want to look into. We also have this really great opportunity for some fall seminar classes. These are small group classes that are designed to support you in your transition to the university setting. Two I'd like to mention that are held in our college specifically are the Aggie Explorers, which is a seminar completely designed for undeclared students who are in their own major exploration process. We talk about different majors, different professional interests, and help students figure out what they want to pursue. The other option, Letters and Science First Year Experience, is a great seminar that helps students in terms of transitioning to the university environment and making the most of their time at UC Davis. In addition to those, we also provide a majors fair where you can wander around. That's a picture of it right there, and speak with different major advisors about what kind of opportunities exist in their major and what their major covers. So lots of really great supportive resources to help you as you navigate this. We also do major exploration workshops where you can meet with us and we'll walk you through some different resources to help you figure out your next steps. But I also really want to make sure the voices of our students are heard. So what we have here are 2 videos from our peer advisors in the College of Letters and Science, and we asked them to think about their major exploration experience. And so we wanted them to share with you, what they love about their department and what process they underwent to find their major. So I'm going to start with Tiffany, who's a psychology and human development major.
Hi everyone, my name is Tiffany and I'm a second-year psychology and human development major with an intended minor in communications. Choosing my majors was definitely something that was very difficult for me, considering I didn't really know what I wanted to do in the future yet, and UC Davis provides so many majors to choose from. I started off as psychology because I took a class in my local community college when I was in high school, and I absolutely loved it, and so I thought this was a really good major for me. In the beginning of my second year, I decided to do a double major in human development because a lot of the courses overlapped, and I thought it was going to be interesting to learn about the brain and the body together. I then decided to do a minor in communications because in the beginning of my second year, I was really interested in guidance counseling, and I thought that I could build upon my communication skills with just a minor in communications. I utilized the internship and career center because I was very passionate towards guidance counseling, and I was asking them what majors would be good for it. And they said all three were really good, and so I decided to do these. I also went to the major departments to ask them for their opinions, and they said I could graduate on time, so I decided to just do that. My advice for you is to really take any classes that you find interesting, even if it's just a little bit interesting to you, because in the end, you might be very passionate for it and you might even major in it. So I hope you can take my advice to heart. And if you have any other questions, feel free to contact the College of Letters and Science.
All right. So now I'm going to turn it over to Jorge, who's going to share his major exploration process. Jorge is another one of our peer advisors and a political science and history double major.
Hello, my name is Jorge Santiago, and I originally transferred to UC Davis as a political science major back in 2018. Originally, my plans were to get into law school and maybe get into politics, but just last year, when I started working as a peer advisor with the College of Letters and Science and as a peer mentor with the first year IE Connections, I realized that I had a stronger interest in working with students. As such, I decided that I'm going to stay another year and pursue those interests and sharpen my skills that I've been developing in both jobs. However, I still need to take classes, so I decided to add another major. And so I decided to add history. I had been enjoying the history course that I had taken up until now, and I also felt that history resonated especially with me because of the stories my mom would tell me about growing up in a small town in Oaxaca, Mexico, and of the stories that she would tell me about the history of Mexico that she remembers living in. And it just really resonated with me, and taking courses here at UC Davis in history have allowed me to talk to my mom about those moments in history and really contextualize my mom's and my family's history, and as such bring me even closer to my mom and my family. And this is what I love about history, is that it allows me to get that kind of context and get closer to both my mom and my family.
I love hearing their stories because I think it really captures the fact that major exploration is such a personal process, as well as kind of a sense of identity development, right? You figure out who you are through the things that you study. And here we want to support you during that process. So last but not least, I'm going to turn it over to Nadia, who's going to share a little bit with us about her major exploration process as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Nadia again. And I applied and started at UC Davis as an undeclared student in the social sciences, so I more than understand a lot of your worries and concerns that you have about being undeclared. It definitely can be kind of daunting and overwhelming trying to figure that out. So over the summer before I started at Davis, I had heard of this field called sociology, and this was the first social science I had ever heard of. So of course, when I started at Davis, the first thing I did was try to switch into sociology. And then eventually, I decided to add a double major in American Studies because it sounded really interesting. And then after taking some classes, I started feeling like maybe they weren't the right fit for me. I felt like something was missing. And I remember feeling stressed all over again, thinking I had already figured this out. I already had a major. Why am I feeling overwhelmed? So I had to start the process, I guess you could say, all over again. And what I did, I went through, like Tiffany mentioned, I went to different major departments and talked with their departments and their advisors, and as well like with the college advisors. But I think what mostly helped me was talking with students, since they were able to give me perspectives that they had from being in the classes themselves. So eventually I narrowed it down to two majors, that being community and regional development and international relations. And like I mentioned, from those discussions I had with students, I decided to enroll in some community and regional development classes, and I've really enjoyed them, and I've been a CRD major ever since.
Great. Thanks for sharing, Nadia. Like I said before, Nadia is an excellent resource. So if you have any questions specifically for her as a student, feel free to send them along using the question and answer feature of this meeting. So we also want to make sure that we share some of the frequently asked questions. So during this time, we're going to cover a couple of different questions, but then also feel free to submit your own questions using the Q&A box, as we said. And once we're done with this, we'll be able to answer those questions as well. But a couple of frequently asked questions that we often get is the first one is it okay to be undeclared? And as Nadia mentioned, sometimes there does feel a little bit of a stigma with being undeclared, but the reality is that it is absolutely okay. Not only is it okay, but it's great, right? Because you allow yourself the opportunity to explore, to figure out what's right for you as a student and what's going to be enriching for your college experience. So absolutely, it's okay to be undeclared. You're going to figure it out, and we're here to support you during this process. Another question we often get is, am I behind because I'm undeclared? And absolutely not. A lot of letters and science majors are fairly small. You can still complete them within a reasonable time frame, even if you declare a little bit later. But also with our general education system, it's built in for you to be able to explore a wide variety of topics. So you can still take classes that count towards something, right? Even as you are exploring different majors of interest. So a question that we often get is that I applied as undeclared, but now I know what I want to major in. What do I do? Can I take classes in that major, and when can I declare? If you already know what you want to declare in, that's fantastic. You can absolutely take classes in that major. I encourage you to reach out to those major departments that you think you might switch into. You're welcome to watch any of the videos that we have been posting for this event to get an insight on those majors as well once they're posted. So absolutely, you can take classes in those majors, and I encourage you to reach out and learn more straight from those departments. In terms of when you can declare, that is a question that's handled on a major by major basis. In general, students have to be here for at least one full-time quarter before they're eligible to make any changes to their major. So you would be undeclared for at least one quarter, and then starting in winter quarter, change your major potentially. But the second part of that question is that those decisions are handled at the major department level. So you always want to make sure that you meet with that major advisor to figure out what it will take to change majors. Some majors require you to take certain classes before you can switch. Other majors just require you to be in good standing before you switch. So it really just depends on the major. So the best thing you can do is to get connected with that major advisor in that advising department for more information on that. Is it hard to declare a major in a different college? Absolutely not. There's a lot of flexibility. You can switch between colleges at UC Davis. It just goes back to understanding what the change of major requirements are for that particular major. So it's not that it's necessarily difficult to change. You just want to make sure you understand what's required. And as long as you meet those entrance requirements, then you can change your major into that major, even if it's in a different college. How do students figure out their major? That's a really good question. It's a process, right? Our peer advisors shared with you their major exploration process and how they took a lot of different steps to get to where they are. So generally speaking, it's always good to connect with the major advisors or any kind of academic advisor to talk about what your interests are, what excites you about learning. Earlier we talked about our favorite high school classes. That's just because thinking about what excites you and what you enjoy learning about is usually a good indicator of possible majors you can explore more of. A lot of students look at different majors in terms of what their professional interests are and what they hope to do after graduation. That is also okay too. I just like to remind students that in general, it doesn't really matter too much about what you major in terms of careers. There's very few majors that lead to specific careers. Instead, you want to choose a major that will give you those transferable skills that can be applied to a lot of different career pathways. It's really those skills that you're building that becomes really critical. So there's a lot of different ways to figure out what your major will be, but by taking classes, by working with advisors, speaking with students in that major, thinking about your own interests, those are all really good pathways to help you make that decision. All right, so we're going to turn it over back to my colleagues who are going to facilitate some of the questions that you've sent in. But in the meantime, I do want to make sure we end on this slide, which has our contact information. So Wendy, Abby, and I are part of the Undeclared team in the College of Letters and Science. We have our emails up here. You are welcome to email us directly. They're also available on our website as well, so you can find them there. Our website is listed over here. So Letters and Science Undeclared Major. We have a lot of really great resources on there too. So feel free to take a picture of this or come back to the recording if you need to, but we're here to answer any questions that you might have. In the meantime, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues and we'll answer some of your questions today.
Thanks, Leah. One question that we've been getting a lot is kind of about the different undeclared programs. So what does it mean to be undeclared in the physical sciences compared to undeclared in the humanities? And if you're coming in, for example, in undeclared humanities, does that mean you have to take courses or even choose a major in the humanities? Maybe you can answer that, Wendy.
Sure. Yeah, I can take that. Good question. It does get a little confusing, I know, on the application because there's so many options as an undeclared student to select from. It really just is a bit of an indication for us of what some of your interests are currently, but it does not limit you in any way on what kinds of classes you take when you're here. So if you come in as undeclared humanities and you decide that you're really interested in the sciences, you can be taking your math and chemistry classes, and we would help you select classes that would be appropriate based on the different interests that you have. So it's all undeclared, and we'll work with you all individually to help find the classes that are going to be the best fit for you.
Thank you. Another question we've been getting a lot is kind of along that same line is, I applied as undeclared, but now I know what I want to do, or like I applied in another major and now I'm thinking about switching. How do you go about that?
Great, I can take that one. So in terms of, if you've already kind of thought about what you might want to change your major to, and it's not something you're currently declared, that's absolutely fine. You would just want to make sure you connected with that major advisor in the major that you wish to switch to, just to find out what those entrance requirements are for changing your major. You can absolutely start taking classes toward that major in your first quarter, but you want to make sure you connect with them so you know what you should be registering for, as well as what are the requirements to switch into that major.
Thank you. And then we have a question here. Do most undeclared students graduate in 4 years? Can you graduate in 4 years if you're undeclared?
You most definitely can.
Go ahead, Nadia, take it.
Okay, sorry. You most definitely can. So like I mentioned, I came in as an undeclared student. And I didn't officially switch into the major I have currently until the latter half of my second year. So I really thought that I wasn't going to be able to graduate in 4 years. I thought that I would have to take a 5th year, but now I can even graduate early if I want to. So it definitely is possible. And like everyone else has mentioned, I would really stress the importance of making sure you take that time to explore your interests and try new things, because you might surprise yourself in what you end up finding along the way.
I would just add to that what we have found in our research is that when students declare a major by the end of their 5th quarter of enrollment, so that's towards the end of their second year, and definitely by the time they've completed 90 units, that we have much better outcomes for students to be able to graduate on time. So we definitely encourage students to work towards that, and we provide the support to help them to do that, including requiring individual appointments with advisors if you're struggling with trying to figure that out, so we can help you find the best fit for you.
All right, we are out of questions if people have any more questions, but I know one question we get a lot is, how do you find the right major?
That's a great question. So I think a lot of it has to do with figuring out you know, what your interests are, what your passions are, what excites you, what motivates you to want to keep learning, and then figuring out how those align with certain majors at UC Davis. It's definitely a process, right? And it's one that can be very meaningful for students as they navigate. Nadia, I don't know about you, but how did you decide that CRD was the right fit? Because you had gone through a process where you had explored a lot of different majors.
Yes. It was really through the very first CRD class I took. I took it both because I wanted to explore the major, but because my advisor had said I could also use it for my GE. So I thought, why not just take this class? I didn't really know what to expect going into it. I didn't really think I was going to like it that much. And then I absolutely loved the class. And that was basically the segue into me wanting to change my major after that. And I just kind of continued to take classes and said I was going to use them for GEs. And then I liked them more. And as I went on and on, I realized that CRD was the right fit for me.
I think Nadia brings up a really good point in that being open is really important. There are so many great opportunities here that you may not have been exposed to in high school. And so to try some of those classes, so if you read a description of a class and it looks interesting, I would encourage you to try it. It's a great way to take care of some general education requirements and to also explore a little bit more about what you might be interested in and maybe discover something new like community and regional development that you didn't even know existed before.
All right, so hi guys, it's Mark. I just want to, so we've got about maybe a minute or two left. And there's a question in here about like maybe what that first schedule might look like for an undeclared student. So, you know, if they come in through orientation, what might an undeclared's first quarter schedule look like?
Wendy, you want to take that one?
Okay, so we will provide more specific information during our orientation for students to give you good direction. But if you're thinking about classes that are more kind of arts and humanities, social science kinds of majors, then you may take a foreign language because a Bachelor of Arts requires you to complete a foreign language. So oftentimes students will have a foreign language class. They may also be taking a class towards their lower division English composition requirement. So they'd probably have those two classes and then maybe a class that's a science and engineering or a social science GE, or maybe a class that's exploring a particular major that they are interested in. On the other hand, if you're coming in and you're thinking you're more interested in the sciences and you're leaning in that direction, then you might end up taking classes that are going more towards the Bachelor of Science. So maybe a math class, potentially a science class like a lower division chemistry, and then also the lower division English composition class. So those are kind of typical schedules, but there are all kinds of variations. Nadia, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, so I can actually tell you my exact schedule I took my fall quarter because I still remember it. I remember I took Introduction to Sociology, Introduction to Psychology, and then probably my favorite class that quarter actually was a random class I decided to take for science and engineering, and it was called Design of Coffee. So we literally looked at the process of how coffee is both grown and then made, and then trying to make a cup of coffee with least amount of energy. It was a really fun class, and we had coffee every class meeting. And then I also took an exercise walking class where we would literally meet twice a week and just walk. And I also participated in a first-year seminar that was previously mentioned, and that really helped me transition into UC Davis.
Yeah, and I would definitely highlight the first year seminars. Thanks for bringing that up, Nadia, including the Aggie Explorers if you'd like a little bit more support in exploring different majors and exploring more about yourself and your interests, or one of the other seminars that's of interest to you.
Perfect. All right, guys, my undeclared friends, my undeclared team, thank you so much. Abby, Nadia, Wendy, Leanna, you guys are awesome. Thank you. Thanks for participating today. And for those of you who might still have questions for the undeclared team, hopefully you got a picture of that their contact information, the website, and their email addresses. But we are recording this session, and so that will be made available in the next day or two once we get it all trimmed up and captioned and everything. So you'll be able to find it there as well. All right, thank you guys. We're going to switch gears to our anthropology friends. Let me see what I can do here. All right. So we're now going to welcome our anthropology group, since that is what's next on the schedule. So hopefully we've got some folks in the room who have some questions for our anthropology advisors. We've got a couple of staff advisors and some student peer advisors to help you out. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew we were here for anthropology. If you are in the room, make sure you use that Q&A feature. If you have questions, just click the button at the bottom of your screen and you should be able to type some questions in for us. If you have questions about the major, about the different emphasis areas, what the BA versus the BS might look like, anything like that, feel free to ask those questions. For now, I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that we can see everybody. All right. So Kelly, are you hosting the session today? Oh, let's unmute you. There we go.
Yes.
Perfect. Excellent. All right. So I'm going to take myself off and I'm going to let you take it away.
Sounds good. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone watching remotely. We're happy to have you join us today. I'm Kelly Scholler. I'm one of the anthropology staff advisors in the anthropology department. We'll just quickly introduce everyone else who is here representing the department. I have been on campus actually since I was a student myself at UC Davis. We won't say how long ago, but I was a student and then became a staff member shortly after I graduated and have been in advising since 2008 and have been with the Anthro department since 2014 and really just love working with the students in the department. And it's a very dynamic department where students have a variety of interests. So there's a lot of different things to explore within the department.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carolyn. I'm the other anthropology advisor. I also graduated from UC Davis quite some time ago with a psychology major. And then after that, I ended up doing some career advising for quite some time before I found myself back at UC Davis in 2015. And I'm now the advisor for anthropology and sociology. So I really enjoy my work. I really enjoy talking to anthropology students. I love our department. It's a really great place to be. So hope to hear from you and answer your questions today.
And we have two of our lovely peer advisors here with us. So we'll let them introduce themselves and just a little bit about their experience in the department.
Hi guys, my name is Sarah. I'm a fourth year anthropology major. I'm doing the Bachelor's of Science degree. So that might be something new to some of you who don't know that anthropology can have a Bachelor's of Science degree. And one thing I just want to say is that I really love this department. I think it's probably been the best decision I've made before coming to Davis, was choosing this as my major. And I know some of you who are in the room were coming over from the Undeclared session, but just know that the major you choose is like kind of what sets the path for how you'll experience Davis and who you're going to meet. So it's really important that you choose the major and the people that you want to surround yourself with. So yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Sophia and I'm a fourth year anthropology major getting my Bachelor's of Arts with an evolutionary emphasis, and I'm also a double major with communication. And I'm a transfer student, so my time at Davis hasn't been as long as Sarah's, but I can confidently say that my time in the anthropology department has shaped pretty much every aspect of my time as a student at Davis in a really positive way. This department has led to some of my most fulfilling internships and extracurricular activities. And I think it's just a really great group of people to surround yourself with. And no matter what you're interested in terms of people, the anthropology department has it all.
Awesome. I was just going to say we don't have any questions yet, so if you're joining us, make sure you use that Q&A feature. But for the four of you, and maybe this is a great question for the students because they're pursuing different degrees in anthropology. Do you want to talk about the differences between the two programs and maybe what some of the emphases are towards both of those degrees?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mark. I think I chose the Bachelor's of Science because I am pre-med. So I really wanted to get that humanistic aspect of the sciences, which I felt I couldn't get through a biology degree. And I think that the Bachelor of Science in Anthropology has allowed me to do that because it's an interesting mix of lower division, general requirements that most medical professions require. So whether you want to be a doctor, a PA, or a nurse, or go into something more forensics related, it kind of covers a broad range. And then the upper divisions, you can really tailor to your own interests. And that's something I found also really nice about our major. Just in any emphasis we have a lot of flexibility with what you can make your major. So, you know, our upper division electives aren't restrictive. We can pretty much pick, they're called restricted electives, but they're not restrictive. We can pretty much pick whatever we want and kind of make our own path within the department. So it's been nice to not only be a Bachelor of Science student, but take actually a lot of sociocultural classes as my, you know, restricted electives to kind of give me that broader sense of the major. So I think that's been a really key factor in my decision to choose the Bachelor of Science.
And in terms of the Bachelor's of Arts with an evolutionary emphasis, I think one of the great things about the path I've chosen is that it does pair very well with my other major, and it allows me to kind of have a more technical and research-focused view of humanity, whereas my communications degree kind of allows the more kind of less technical aspects of that, and it has been a really great pairing with that. And it also will allow me to kind of get those more scientific aspects of anthropology that I find myself to be really interested in, while also allowing me to have some flexibility in the type of classes I take, because I could choose from both the evolutionary and the sociocultural electives.
I think it's also important to mention within the Bachelor of Arts, there's our 3 different emphasis areas. So Sophia mentioned she's in the evolutionary emphasis, and then we have the sociocultural emphasis that consists of a curriculum focusing on the cultural anthro side of things, looking at a variety of different topics from religion to migration to environmental issues, different regions of the world. So students can focus on those classes. And then we actually just implemented starting last fall. So fall 2019 was the first year of our general emphasis, which is really exciting because it combines both evolutionary and sociocultural coursework. So students can opt to do that emphasis, and basically you're taking half evolutionary, biological, anthro classes and half sociocultural classes. So you're really getting the full breadth of the department by being able to do classes in both areas.
Awesome. Well, we've got some questions rolling in. So Gabriella wonders about internship opportunities, since she's really interested in archaeology. So what internship or field study, field work opportunities are available for undergrads?
I can answer this one, or Sophia actually might know a bit more since she's doing an internship.
I could go ahead and take it away with that one. One of the great things about the anthropology department is there are many different ways that you can go about getting internships and field experience. So first of all, the UC Davis Anthropology Department does have a field school, and I believe that they're going to the Sierras this summer, and the location changes depending on what projects they're working on. But also one of the great things I've personally been a part of while in this department is the Center for Experimental Archaeology. And within that program, I often helped grad students prepare their experiments, sometimes helping them with their dissertations. And that was a really great way to get some more experimental internships, kind of allowing us to test the theories that they have about the past. And also another great way that you can intern within our department is working directly with faculty. I work in the paleoanthropology lab, kind of doing basic curation, and that has allowed me to get some more technical museum experience as well.
Sophia, just to expand, what did it involve for you to get those internships? Was it really difficult? Was it a big application process?
It definitely depended. Most of the internships I just got by kind of connecting with faculty and graduate students through office hours. And a lot of the faculty and graduate students alike are often really in need of help in their labs or with their projects. So just kind of communicating with them what your interests were, it was really common for people to kind of have a position that they think that you would be good at filling. So for me, it wasn't so much of an application process, but I'm sure like things like the field school are a little bit more of a rigorous application process.
Yeah, I asked that just to emphasize, I think a lot of students are very intimidated at the thought of internships with faculty, and our faculty are so approachable. And like Sophia was saying, I think it's just literally asking a faculty member or grad student, even in your first few quarters here, if you can help out in their lab, and they're more than willing to help you find a experience with undergrad research.
Yeah, and even if they might not have a position with your interests, it's really common for them to refer you to someone who might. So even if your first attempt doesn't go quite as planned, they're always willing to find a place for you.
Right. That's right. That was my experience as an undergrad as well, just walking into a faculty member's office and asking if they needed undergraduate help. Carolyn and Kelly, what about study abroad opportunities for students in the major? And I guess Sarah and Sophia too, have either of you done that? Or maybe for Caroline and Kelly, maybe you've advised students who have done abroad programs.
Well, I've advised a lot of students actually that have gone abroad. One of the nice things about the sociocultural emphasis is there's actually part of the curriculum where you can actually go abroad and take whatever courses you want to take. They don't even have to be anthropology courses. So we very much welcome students to go out there and look for study abroad programs. We partner with our study abroad office at UC Davis, and there's lots of different places you can go. You can go in the summer, you can go in the school year. With our evolutionary emphasis or our Bachelor of Science, I've also seen students go abroad, and sometimes I had a student who actually was a pre-med student who took some of her physics courses abroad for pre-med, and so that worked very well for her and her curriculum. We've also had people take anthropology classes that can count for the major. In most cases, it doesn't slow down your degree progress at all. You can still get out in 4 years and still have that study abroad experience. So our faculty are very willing to approve courses for students who want to take things abroad. So I'd say this is definitely a very welcoming major for that study abroad prospect.
Perfect. Perfect. Sarah, did you have anything to add? You were nodding when I was asking the question. I just want to make sure I didn't cut you off or anything.
Oh no, but I did have something to kind of piggyback off Carolyn's question, which I think has also been asked in the QA about being pre-med and being anthropology. For the student who studied abroad and kind of managed to knock out some pre-med prereqs with study abroad, that's one way you could do it. I think I'm personally trying to study abroad next fall. We'll see how that goes with everything that's going on in the world right now. But I think that, juggling being pre-med and anthropology hasn't felt like I've had to juggle because it's just so integrated within our major to kind of take those classes as prereqs, but also learn anthropology. And I think it goes together pretty seamlessly. So the workload is typical of any other bachelor's of science degree. You're going to have a lot of science classes, of course, but I think the anthropology classes have made it manageable, because whenever I have a quarter that I'm taking an anthropology class, I feel like that quarter goes smoother because I'm taking classes that I enjoy alongside some harder STEM classes. So I don't think it's much of a juggle. I think it's more of just something that, you know, it is expected you're going to have a hard workload, but it's manageable. And I've still been able to be super involved in the campus, like being a peer advisor and being a part of the anthropology club and helping run that and doing, you know, other extracurriculars as well.
Great. So do you want to also maybe speak about whether or not there are any different areas of emphasis in the BS degree track?
Yeah, so as I was mentioning earlier, you know, you have a lot of freedom to kind of carve your own path in the BS degree. While there's no specific emphasis, because it is just evolutionary anthropology that you're studying for a Bachelor's of Science, there are specific classes you can take to kind of make your own emphasis. So if you're more interested in forensics, you would probably take a class like human osteology. But if you're more interested in doing something more archaeology or biology related, you'd probably take, you know, the field methods class or, you know, the Andean prehistory class we have, which goes into Peruvian archaeology. You'd probably take those classes as your upper division options rather than just, you know, the evolutionary part. So yeah, you can kind of make your own emphasis, but, you know, the required core classes are, you know, human evolution. You know, you do have to take a genetics class as a prereq, but you also can take some primatology classes if that also interests you. So it's a kind of like, you know, we have like categories that you have to pick, but you can kind of pick what classes you want to take for those categories. So it's not very restrictive.
So for the students, but I guess also for Kelly and Caroline, what is the favorite anthropology class and why? What is the, I mean, most popular may not be the same thing, but for you guys, what has been, for the students, what has been your most favorite class in the anthropology department? Who wants to go first?
I would say we have a lot of students that like a lot of different classes, but a couple that come to mind is we do have a meditation class that a lot of students like. It's a small class with 20 or so students, and you learn the anthropological background of meditation and how that fits in with culture, and you spend a lot of time meditating during class, and so students really seem to enjoy that. We also have a course that works with primates, where you actually work in the primate center, and so you get to interact with the primates. So a lot of students really like that if they have that interest. There's also a human osteology course that's pretty popular and students like, where you're actually working with bones and identifying different things with a hands-on experience. So those are some of the ones that come to mind, but there's lots of different types of courses in anthropology that students tend to like.
Yeah, personally, the human osteology course has been one of my favorite classes I've taken at Davis. And I really love that course just because of how hands-on it was. And it also ended up tying into an internship I got a year after I took it. And it has helped kind of lay the foundations for what I do in that lab. And it also is really cool because now I get to help curate the collection that I got to study when I first got to Davis. And then my other favorite course has probably been the zooarchaeology course, where we got to learn how to identify different faunal remains. And we also got to do a big research project with data from our professor's research site. So we got to not only learn how to identify a variety of different types of animals, but we also got to kind of do some real world application to how that would be in a actual like scientific paper.
Yeah, I also really like the human osteology class. I feel like that's a common thread. So that is definitely a great class if you're more into the physical anthropology side. One other class I really enjoyed was actually a sociocultural class, Peoples of the Middle East. I took that class and it was super eye-opening. I think the part that I didn't expect to like about the class was the heavy media analysis that we had to do. And it was pretty thought-provoking because we pretty much had to read a bunch of articles and analyze a bunch of pictures that were on the Middle East. And it kind of got me thinking about how the media gives us information and how we kind of treat that information and think about it. So it was definitely a class that got me to think twice about, when I'm reading an article, kind of the context behind it. Why is this author writing the article the way they're writing it? So yeah, it was a super interesting class, and that's something sociocultural that, like I said earlier, you can take that even if you're in, the evolutionary wing. So there's no divide if you don't want there to be one. And that's why the general emphasis is so great, because you can kind of do the best of both worlds if you so choose.
I think some other classes I would highlight that are somewhat newer, that have been, popular and well received by students who have taken them, are a class on Star Trek and social theory. One of our sociocultural faculty has begun teaching this course and basically looking at various episodes of Star Trek in class and the anthropological themes from each episode. So one would imagine getting to watch Star Trek in class as part of your assigned viewing. People find it very fun. Another class that is in its first time of being taught, and who knew how relevant it would actually be, is infectious disease in human and non-human primates. So one of our primatology faculty basically put this class together, long before coronavirus began. He was doing this back in fall to teach this spring, and now of course it had a huge weight. I think going forward it's going to be very popular because it's looking at anthropological perspectives on long-term impact of infectious disease with humans and non-human primates. So those are two classes that are somewhat newer that have been popular.
I'm currently taking that class, and I can confirm it is really good.
One question that we get a fair amount is, say students just want to touch on anthropology, or maybe they just want to dabble. Maybe we have students who are in the session who aren't necessarily declared, but they're thinking, oh, anthropology might be something I want to pursue. What are options for maybe first year seminars, or some of those options for just kind of dabbling, or maybe a class that might be a great introduction for a student who, just to introduce them to the field, the overall field?
I definitely think taking any of our lower division, the most common courses, Anthro 1, Anthro 2, or Anthro 3. So that's Intro to Biological Anthropology, Intro to Cultural Anthropology, or Intro to Archaeology. Those courses will definitely give you a good overview of the various aspects of anthropology, and they all have GE credit. So even if you realize, oh, this is not maybe a path I want to go for my major, you'll still get GE credit from each of these courses. But time and time again, students have told me the reason they chose to major in anthropology was taking one of these courses, because in high school there's not really the opportunity to have access to taking classes about anthropology. So I would recommend one of those courses. Maybe our peer advisors have other courses that could.
I think a lower division class, like Kelly mentioned, that still counts for GE credits. I took, even though I came as an anthropology major, I still took this GE class because it seemed interesting. It's called Mummies. So it's Ant 26. It's a course just about mummies, just about how people in different cultures get mummified incidentally or on purpose. And the professor who taught it is a super great professor, Dr. Erkins, and he has done a lot of work in the field. A few years ago, maybe it's more than a few years now, there's a San Francisco case where they found a mummified remains of a Victorian age child And he is actually the researcher who helped figure out who she was and actually found a living relative of her. So taking the class was super interesting because it shows how science and history can kind of combine. And that's a big kind of reason that I chose anthropology, just because I like the combination of science and history. So, you know, it was a cool class because you see it applied from a person who's actually applied. So it's not just theory, it's actually like someone who did something.
Cool.
And in addition to the mummies class, our faculty have put together some other 2-unit classes. There's one on zombies and prehistoric art and some other things as well. So there are some 2-unit classes that students can take if they just want to try out anthropology. Not as much of a workload, and you can really just see what it's about.
Sorry, Caroline, you said zombies?
Yes, I did say zombies.
They watch The Walking Dead in class as well.
That's so cool. I'm gonna go back to school. So
audit the course, Mark.
I will, I think. So we have a couple more minutes, but I wanted to ask the students particularly, what ways can anthropology students get involved? Are there clubs tied to the department? What kind of ways can students build community through the department?
So I am the president of the Anthropology Club currently, and Sophia is actually one of my officers in charge of social media and marketing. So yeah, I mean, I think Anthropology Club is a great way. Of course, I'm a little biased, but I think it's a great way to get to know your fellow students and kind of meet people in the major who are interested in the same things you are. You know, and Sophia has been with us actually since she's transferred. So do you want to give a kind of insight on how it felt just joining the club initially?
Yeah, definitely as a transfer student, you kind of just feel like a freshman who's starting to take upper division classes. So I was a little concerned about getting involved with campus at first, but the second I found out about Anthropology Club, I went to the first meeting I could, and it was just a really great experience. Everyone's always really open to talking about their interests with you. And another wonderful aspect of Anthropology Club is that we try and make connections between faculty and students outside of the classroom. So we had a faculty student networking dinner this past year, our first one ever, I believe. And that just proved to be a really great way to not only get to know other students in the department, but also get to know some of the faculty that you might not have gotten the chance to speak one-on-one with otherwise. And in general, the Anthropology Club just really kind of made me feel at home in the department and gave me a lot of access to great resources as well as awesome internship opportunities just through talking with other students who were involved in labs or research projects.
Yeah, and a lot of the people in our club got their internships because they knew of a member who was working in a lab already and kind of talked to them and saw what they were doing. So that's also another way if you're kind of intimidated to go up to a professor and say, hey, do you have a position? You can find friends in the department who can help you out too.
Great. Okay, so in the last minute or so, do you want to talk about how, if students have any further questions, they can get in touch with you? Like maybe your website, email address, anything like that? Do you have a contact page on your website?
Yes, I do want to share that I think it would be great if students, and I'll pull it up right now, went to our social media. Our social media handles for anthropology right there, and that's our handle on Instagram. And there's a lot of content that our peer advisors have put up of different videos of other students and faculty just sharing about the department. So that content will all be up there in the stories and as posts this week. So that is one way to get more information. Our website, anthropology.ucdavis.edu. If you go to the undergraduate section, the advising section has all of our emails and phone numbers, and we are accessible via both, even during this time of working remotely. So students can definitely contact myself and Carolyn with any questions you may have about the department as you make your decision.
Great. Thank you, guys. Sarah, Carolyn, Sophia, Kelly, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Congrats to
Thank you,
everyone who's been
Mark.
admitted to UC Davis.
Congratulations, guys. It's a great school. If you're choosing between different schools, just think of, you know, the people you want to be around. So
That's
Davis
right.
is great. Unbiased opinion.
Yeah, totally unbiased.
Totally. Thanks, guys.
Bye, everyone.
See ya. All right, so let's switch gears again, and we'll turn it over to our next session, which will start here in a second. Hopefully you're here now for the Economics, History, and East Asian Studies majors to learn more about that. But before I turn it over to the advising team, I want to remind everybody that the Q&A feature is activated. So use the little link at the bottom, the Q&A box, to submit your questions if you have them about any of the majors you see here, economics, history, or East Asian studies. And so for now, I'm going to turn it over to the team. There they are. All right, so who wants to introduce everybody? Who's going to start?
Yes, I will start.
Excellent. I'm going to pop off and I'm going to turn it over to you. There you go.
Okay, Mark, can you make sure that I can show my presentation?
You bet.
Fantastic.
Yep. You should have access to that.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I should be able to share my screen. So I will go ahead and share my screen now. Okay, welcome everyone to Economics, History, and East Asian Studies. Congratulations on your acceptance. We are so excited that you decided to join us today. My name is Cindy Alvarenga. I am one of 5 major advisors in Economics, History, and East Asian Studies. During our time, we will be briefly going over our 3 majors, some department opportunities, and lastly, we will be hosting a Q&A session. With that being said, I would like to introduce my colleagues. Hopefully you can see them. If not, I will do this for a second.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brandy Fleming. I'm one of the staff advisors in the Department of Economics, History, and East Asian Studies. I'm so happy to be here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Dosick. I'm one of the academic advisors out of this cluster as well.
Hi, my name is Joanne Pian, and I'm one of the Economics, History, and East Asian Studies undergraduate advisors. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing yourselves here. So you got introduced to our staff. One person that is not here is our supervisor, Anya Gibson. She supervises our unit. I'd like to note that if you wanted to contact us, you can email us. We have 3 email addresses. You can also call our front desk. And we have our location, which we are not there in person, but we are still answering via email. So once again, my name is Cindy Alvarenga. Thank you for joining us. During this presentation, I encourage you to send us your comments and questions along the way. My colleagues, Chris and Joanne, will be monitoring the Q&A and chat feature, and we will be answering questions as well at the end. Not only do we have an amazing group of staff advisors, but we also have a group of peer advisors as well. Our peer advisors are current undergraduate students who have been trained and to help our students in our majors and assist during our drop-in advising. We also have one of our peer advisors who will be joining us later. Her name's Ovia, and she will be answering some of your Q&A questions. We appreciate that you decided to listen in, and we hope that you get the information you need to make a decision to choose UC Davis and our majors. In the economics major, you will be taking introductory classes such as micro and macroeconomics, statistics, and calculus. During your second year, you will be taking intermediate versions of microeconomics and macroeconomics, and much more. During your 3rd and 4th year, you normally take classes such as game theory, public finance, economic development, and others. Due to the broadness of the major, we have students who enter a variety of careers. We have students who go to grad school for law, education, accounting, to name a few. I encourage you to check out our website for alumni bios. On this slide, we have a what can you do with the economics major? I encourage you to look at just a short snapshot of what it can offer you. Some common questions is economics a STEM major? Yes, it is. It's considered STEM because of the amount of data analytic classes that you are going to be taking. It's considered a Bachelor's of Art at UC Davis. We also offer a variety of specialization tracks, which you can choose. We have behavior and strategy, data analytics, economic history, international macrofinance, policy, and poverty and inequality. Within the history major, you will have a lot of flexibility to choose the concentration or fields of study. For example, let's say you love European or US history. You have the ability to take up to 3 lower division classes in that certain field and up to 7 upper division in that field. That's about 10 classes within the history major that you can select in a particular concentration. You can also explore a variety of other concentrations as well and mix and match. Our faculty are incredibly knowledgeable and have done all sorts of research. I encourage you to check out their faculty profiles on our website and see what their specialties are. I would also like to add that we have small class sizes, and within the history department, it allows for more personal interactions. Once again, what can you do with this major? We have a lot of students who enter in education, do research, do writing, in journalism. Again, lots of flexibility because of the critical writing skills that you get in the history major. Not only do our staff advise for the economics and history departments, but we also advise for East Asian studies. This is an incredibly interdisciplinary major, which draws faculty from disciplines including anthropology, history, sociology, economics, political science, religious studies, languages, and literature. Understanding East Asia today requires knowledge and appreciation of the forces that have shaped its diverse cultures and societies. Gaining this perspective has allowed students to enter various careers, as you can see on this page, and many study abroad and conduct research to explore the regions. It is a small major in terms of the students enrolled in our courses and the courses that you can take. If this major interests you, I encourage you to ask us questions, and we are more than happy to answer them. Our majors at UC Davis allow flexibility where you can incorporate double majors and minors. Minors are typically 5 to 6 classes and give students the opportunity to study something else without the responsibility of a full major. We also advise for 2 independent programs, which are Hemispheric Institute of the Americas and Jewish Studies. If you're interested in economics, common minors that students have taken have been statistics, accounting, technology management, political science, sociology, anthropology, you name it, students have done it. In history, we have students that also select minors such as education, global studies, HIA, as well as Jewish studies. It really depends on your interest that you have, as the combinations are endless. When you attend UC Davis, you have the opportunity to take all types of classes, including some that are called first-year Aggie Connections and first-year seminars. We offer 2 within our history and East Asian studies departments that are fun, laid back, and this is the opportunity to connect with others that have the same passions as you, as well as our faculty, and meet faculty and grad students in a small group setting. From these opportunities, our students have been able to conduct research and get involved in honors thesis projects. These are just the specific ones we offer, and they are single unit classes with minimal assignments. The economics department also hosts seminars which are free and open to our students, and they allow our students to connect with our faculty from not only UC Davis, but as well as faculty from a variety of other universities. You can see here in our flyers that these are just some that we have hosted in the past couple of quarters and years. We also offer other department events and opportunities. In our department, we have a history club, a history and economics honor society, Women X and Economic Society, We also have department events quarterly, including our fall welcomes, alumni panels. We have career workshops, academic planning workshops, interdisciplinary workshops. And if there's something that we don't have, let us know. We are more than happy to create that so we can help you. We also have honors thesis programs for all of our majors. We have free economic and history department peer tutoring, and we have history final sessions every quarter. As I said, you can connect with us in various ways. Right now, we offer phone and Zoom appointments. You can schedule an appointment by calling our front desk line or emailing us. Again, we have 3 email addresses that connect directly to our advisors, and we are answering within 24, 48 hours. So I encourage you to email us if you have questions about making your decision and choosing UC Davis. Also, connect with us via social media. We have a brand new Instagram that we are happy to share. Please follow us at UCD_EHE. We are happy to connect with you in that way. I also encourage you to check out our websites for more information. We have faculty bios, alumni bios, staff bios, including myself and the other staff that we advise for economics, history, and East Asian studies. Again, for those that have joined us, we are major advisors for economics, history, and East Asian studies. We understand that this presentation went quickly, and if you have questions about the major or slides, you're welcome to follow up with us. As a reminder, you can connect with us through appointments, emailing us, or finding us on social media. For the time that we have left, I am going to pass it along to my colleague, Brandy, and I will also be answering questions that you may have submitted. I would also like to introduce one of our amazing peer advisors, Ovia. She is an economics major and will be graduating this spring.
You with us, Oves?
Yes. Hello. Hi. Yes. As Cindy said, I'm a 4th year economics major, and this is my last year, so I'm class of 2020. It's a decent time to graduate.
Very good. Hi, everybody. I'm Brandy Fleming, like I said before, and I'm here to do the question and answer. So how are we going to do these questions?
So if we have any specific questions that we have asked, it looks like we have a few. So this can be for either our major advisor, Brandy, or our peer advisor, Ovia, but there are, let's see. As a freshman going to UC Davis into economics, what should my first steps be in regards to making a schedule?
Take it, Oves.
I would say my first quarter at Davis as a freshman, I wanted to take classes that I was interested in. And I know a lot of people like to push their GEs till their senior year so that, they have more freedom later. But for me, I took advantage of that first quarter to really get used to the quarter system and to kind of like understand my pace and how I would work through it. So I took classes I was interested in, but I also tried to not overload myself. So I stuck with like 13 units. I did like 3 courses and a 1-unit first year seminar, which was Think Like a Lawyer. It was a class I was really interested in. It was really small, and you got to meet with faculty, one professor in a group of like 10 to 13 students. And so it was a really nice way to kind of ease into the college course load, but also meet new people because you're in a smaller class setting. It kind of resembled high school, but it also, prepared you for what was to come, in the next few quarters.
Oh, yeah, and also explore different programs and see what lower division courses that you can take and that would help you get further along in those programs, and look at the GE components and see how you can kind of do 2 things at once. You can build on a program, and you can also take care of some GE components. So it's a really good idea to really kind of strategize and kind of, like Ovia said, start to fill it out, feel your pace and what you need to be successful, and then do a quarterly assessment on yourself. What worked, what didn't work. If sometimes class time is a big thing. So if you're not a morning person, maybe you should start taking classes after 10, and then you can work up to that. But we don't want you to go too much too soon, just baby steps. Any other questions?
Love that. Thank you. Yes. So we have a few more coming up. So this is specifically, how feasible is it to double major in mechanical engineering and economics, or without any other major?
prep. Gotta have that prep work.
Yeah. Just to add on to that, I agree with everything Brandy said, to prepare in advance, but also to check in with advisors. Like, you know, a lot of times people don't realize that they're there to help you and support you. So I think being a peer advisor, you kind of have advantage of just like, you know, working in the office, so you always get to ask questions, but a lot of students don't realize that they can check in with peer advisors and staff advisors, like, you know, whether it's like twice a year, just to make sure you're on schedule and that you know what your requirements are, so that you're not, you know, bombarded with like all these classes you have to take at like the last minute. And when you do that, it's really doable to do a double major. I'm actually a double major in statistics and economics, and they're both really small, but economics itself is really small. So to pair it with another larger major could be manageable. We would have to see, like, specifically, it depends on each student and it's a case by case situation. But because economics is a relatively small major, meaning that it's like 64 units compared to like a psychology major, which is like over 100 units, you could do a double major.
Yeah, and really create a good relationship with your two advisors. Create academic plans that one advisor will fill in with a preferred schedule, then take it to the other advisor and have them fill it in, and then have us work together on this, because ultimately, especially if you're coming in as a pre-health or an engineering student, you're going to have different prep that you're going to need for economics. So you could come to us to talk about your engineering degree or your pre-health degree, but ultimately you need to connect with the different type of study that you're doing to see what you need to take care of, so you can keep carrying on, and we can keep our lower division at the earlier part of your academic career and keep your upper division and you know, the main meat and potatoes of your coursework, so you can overlap them and kind of see how they work together, so it's practical.
Thank you. We did have a question about, does the BS offer different areas of emphasis? But just to reiterate, we do not offer a BS in economics. We have only a Bachelor's of Art. So another question came in for Ovia is, as a peer advisor, can you share some experiences with students? And can you share how I can get more involved to meet friends within the department?
Oh, that's well, luckily the economics department offers a lot of opportunities to get to know your peers more. One of those opportunities that I really loved specifically was a Women in Economics Society. That is specific to a certain gender, but we do have, like, you know, another, going to economics tutoring and going to economics office hours is actually another way to meet students. But in the specific Women in Economics Society, it was a really great way to not only engage with your peers, but also engage with the faculty, and also feel supported. Economics is one of the disciplines that we don't see a lot of females pursuing. And so it was nice to have this community of other female students, because there's not a lot in your classes. So to just have that sort of focus group is one way to get that support. If you're not, you know, if you don't identify as a woman, there is, you know, going to office hours and meeting, like, not even just professors' office hours, but also TA's office hours. I met a lot of great students, and we formed study groups from those office hours. And it's a nice way to to find a community with driven students, but also kind of develop relationships, and you have inside jokes and group chats, and it's a great way to bond with your peers, but also prepare and feel like you have a community, so you're not alone in learning economics, and you have other people that you can ask for help. And so that's a really great way to do it. Office hours, take advantage of office hours.
Mm-hmm. Big one.
That's really great. And also, you know, we have our fall welcomes, that we have these department events that we offer you is a way to build that community. It's your way to communicate with others, our faculty, our grad students, as well as, you know, consider our first year Aggie Connections. That's how you build that community, which goes along to another question that we have is, how do I get more involved into the economic community at UC Davis? Are there student organizations that I can join?
Yeah, we got ODE, right? You know a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, aside from the Women Economics Society, we also have a lot of clubs, even though they're not related to economics directly. They are clubs that a lot of economics majors join. Like there's a women in business club. These are a lot of female oriented clubs, but there's also like a financial analyst club that a lot of economics majors choose to pursue because they're interested in, you know, financial analysis. So there's clubs like that, but it's really a matter of, to find clubs that are catered towards like economics majors, I would recommend, luckily our department offers newsletters every week, and it has like a list of everything going on in campus. So just really reading that newsletter, I know it's easy to like get lost in your email, but if you just take a look and like glance through like all the different activities and events going on, it's a great way to see what clubs are doing specific to the major, and also like what events are going on, so you can meet with other people and like network that way. A few years ago, we did like a networking activity where we got faculty to come in and we had pizza, and we also had economic students. So it was like a breaking the barrier sort of concept where you got to meet with faculty members and professors and not really be afraid of asking them questions, because they were there to answer questions, not just about curriculum, but just how they got to where they were. So that was another thing that was advertised in a newsletter not many economics majors knew about, because it kind of gets lost in emails. So I really recommend checking out those newsletters that our advisors work really hard to prepare.
Aww. Yes, check your UC Davis email. That is so key. So key.
Thank you for sharing that. I do agree. Those newsletters and those type of events that go through all throughout our different departments, we're really trying to build that community. We recently, as of last quarter, we had one where we had a workshop for economics and statistics and math. So we really want to show you how you can incorporate double majors and how we can get involved for you, so that way we can help you on your pathway to success. We have actually a couple more questions coming in. This is a question for everyone, I guess, about what do we like most about being part of Econ, East Asian Studies, and History?
Oh, I mean, as a staff member, I can go on and on, but I mean, as seeing the students and what I've seen through the students, they have great professors. They hold high respect for their professors, and rant and rave about the coursework, and I mean, I'm just impressed with how much gratitude I see in students, and how much they are just passionate about their coursework and the faculty that teach them.
I definitely agree with Brandy. Our faculty is like, you know, their research and everything that they're doing, it's such a great experience and atmosphere to be around. I know that one of the history, I'm an economics major, but you know, you hear through the grapevine of like students who are just so excited about one of the history professors, Dr. Olmsted, who, you know, leads class on conspiracy theories. And she was even featured on like a BuzzFeed video where they were talking about conspiracy theories and like the Illuminati. And so seeing that a professor that at your school was in like something that you engage with like socially, like BuzzFeed video, right? It's really exciting to be around that and like take a course from that faculty member. And on the economics side, like, you know, seeing your professor's research get published in like a business insider article, that was like something that was really exciting for me, because I am interested in like market research and like industrial organizations. So to see their like research being published online like that, and knowing them and being like, oh, that's my instructor, it's just a really exciting experience that's unique to UC Davis, in addition to the fact that all these people who are doing amazing things are so friendly. So it's not that they're just, you know, doing these amazing things out there in the world, but they're one of the most genuine and sweet people that you meet. They don't have like, they're not really pretentious, or, you know, they're just down to earth people that are doing great things, and they're willing to help you, you know, do just as well.
Yes, UC Davis, you know, don't forget, UC Davis is a research institution. And so when there are things happening in the economy, they look to our faculty. And so I would say a couple of our faculty have been publicized for their research. You know, we had Giovanni Perry and, you know, Janine Wilson and Marion Page. You know, all of these faculty have been doing research as well as our history faculty as well. And so, like Ovia said, this is the place you'd want to be if you, with the type of research that you can connect and be part of it. So our faculty, our graduate students, they're all doing their projects and you can get involved in this. And so it's an opportunity to do all that. Another question that we have is, this is specific for work study students. Is it difficult to balance campus life, academics, having a job? How do you balance all of that?
That's what the art of academic advising is, I feel, is kind of taking your whole life, what you're dealing with, it could be quarter by quarter, and finding a good schedule that is not going to be good for the next person. It's just going to be your own. And we just put all the cards on the table. We talk about, oh, I'm in a wedding this month, or I have a job, things that are going to get in the way of your academics, because that is ultimately like our main goal. So you can have a balanced life. You can have a job, because I know that's just reality. You can have a job on campus too. The thing, we have to compartmentalize. We have to time manage, and you don't have to do that on your own. There are workshops from the ICC and from OES that will help you with study strategies. And I mean, there's just everything you can possibly think of at UC Davis. And I'm so happy to go over that with you. But you really want to grab these people and have them give you all of these practical skills while you're getting your undergraduate degree. That way, when you go to the next level and the next level, you just have these skills that are just inside you. So definitely just tell us what you want to do. I always try to tell the students, tell me what your dreams are. We'll put them on paper and we'll try to figure out how we can do it. It's going to take, trial and error. So coming to see an advisor, a peer, or a staff advisor once a quarter is probably something to put on your calendar. Definitely. Just put it on there and come. If you come often, it could probably only take you 20 minutes versus the 30 or even less than that. It's just let us pull it up and see where we're at. Look at the dream sheet, see if we can put a dream in there and keep going. So it's all possible.
Thank you for sharing that. Something to also keep in mind is that, it's an experience what you do. So in your first year, you will be experimenting with all these sorts of classes. Maybe by the second year, you feel more adjusted, you take on a job, or maybe by your third year, you take on an internship. So you will learn along the way how to balance it best. And of course, we are here along the way to help you do that. But it is something to think about of, pacing yourself. There's no rush in your first year to add all the classes that you need, especially if you are planning a double major. It's about planning accordingly so you can have the most balanced schedule between your 4 years.
Chris, do you have something to add? Chris D.
Oh, no, I don't have anything in particular to add, but I see that it looks like we're getting closer and closer to the end of our time. So I wanted to just be present.
Oh, good.
Thank you for that. Yeah, so it seems like we might have one more question, which was about just double majoring, how that affects tuition. So your tuition doesn't change if you have another major, because you are still paying for your full-time status every quarter. So those are great questions to also have and bring up to admissions. Admissions is going to be that main place as you are, deciding whether or not UC Davis is right for you. I'm actually an alum from UC Davis, so I can definitely say that, it's about what makes you feel more comfortable. And if you are have the opportunity to explore different colleges, see how, if UC Davis is a right fit for you. With that, we are happy that we were present during this. And again, you can email us, you can phone us. And with that, we would all like to say thank you for participating.
Thank
you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Joanne, Chris, Obiva. Thank you. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome.
Thank you, Mark, for the
Thank
opportunity.
you.
You bet.
Come to Davis.
Yeah, come to Davis. That's right.
Welcome.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, so we're gonna switch gears again. Turn it over to our next session, which is Science and Technology Studies. And so we should have a faculty member here from that department who's going to give you some insights on the program, what it means to be a Science and Technology Studies major, what the faculty are like, and access to faculty. So I'm going to turn it over to Con Diaz, who's here to, let's see, let me make sure you are able to turn your video on there.
All right, hi.
Oh, there you are. All right, right on. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you, Con. So if you're here to ask questions about the STS major, feel free to use that Q&A box, and we will moderate those as we go. But do you want to start by maybe just telling us who you are, what you do, and a little bit about the department, about the major itself?
Yes, of course. So hi, everyone. I am Con Diaz. I'm on the Faculty of Science and Technology Studies. That's also known as STS. STS is new for a lot of admits. So I'm just going to tell you what it is real quick. Basically, we study all aspects of the relationships between science, technology, and society. To give you a very concrete example, what I do, I study technology law. So then I teach courses on stuff like online censorship, digital rights online, civil liberties. I teach some courses on business and innovation where we have deep industrial case studies of how things work. So that's my flavor of STS, but what we really teach you in this major is how to draw from all across the humanities and social sciences as needed in order to follow your own interests. So you might find yourself that you want to learn some economics or some history or some law or some even literature or things like that. So it's a very choose your own path major that we have designed. And to give you some structure, we actually have 4 different tracks that our majors take depending on their own interests. The first one is called Law and Innovation. So every aspect of law that you can think of. For example, there are court cases that if they had gone even just a little bit differently, Google Images wouldn't exist. So we teach you how to study the law's influence on technological development. The other one is Health and Environment. We have courses on public health, medical anthropology, really getting to know how health works from all different social and cultural angles. We have data and media technologies. This is a really, really exciting new bit where we are actually mixing the humanities and social sciences with the actual data analysis that many of our students are interested, so that they can walk away not just knowing how to think about social issues, but how to study them with quantitative tools. And then we have a general path called History and Philosophy of Science, where you can study literature, science fiction, video games, essentially wherever your paths might take you. In terms of what students do afterwards, we are a very flexible major. We have plenty of students who are using the major to prepare for pre-professional or pre-graduate school programs. So for example, pre-law, pre-medicine, pre-public health, pre-journalism, pre-education, essentially students who are interested in basically any aspect of the world where science and technology might play a role. We also have students going into public policy, government. We have students completing teacher education so that they're also going to work as teachers later on. And of course, we have sort of an assortment of students who are interested in more sociological or cultural issues, like how do you actually get to work at a place that affects the way that labor is changing right now? How do you actually perform digital activism in a way that's effective? Or how do you advocate for the environment in Silicon Valley? Those are some of the things that our students are interested in. And it gets really exciting. In the past 2 years, we've had people from all over the place come and just meet our students. We've had people from Google come in, a bunch of visual technology firms from Silicon Valley have come in. We've had people from think tanks in DC come in and just talk with our students about all the different ways that science and tech can change the world and how they can play a part in that. So I think that's my general spiel about science and technology studies. Mark, I could also talk about stuff like research opportunities and things like that, but I don't know what.
You beat me to the punch.
Okay.
So yeah, that was the first thing actually I was going to ask, because you mentioned some of those companies and the different tracks. Do you want to talk about how students in the major can either find internship or maybe conduct research? You're a faculty member in the program, in the department. So what has been your experience working with undergrads in the program?
It's been wonderful. So for undergrads in the program, one of the first sources of internship opportunities is the faculty themselves. I've had, in 3 years, I think I've had like 6 or 7 research interns, and I'm not the only one. Essentially, these are opportunities for the students to start to get to know directly how to do things that then they can market outside of the university. So what a lot of our students do is that they're getting their first exposure to what they could be doing through groups organized by the faculty or the graduate students. And then from there, they can look out for additional opportunities. For example, this past 2 years, we've had groups of students who've organized a series of meetings through a very prestigious program at Stanford that funded their research and their internships. So yes, that's the first step, is the faculty. And we're all very, very friendly faculty. We love spending time with the students. The major is new at UC Davis. It's pretty big in other places, but we're starting to grow at UC Davis. And so we know the students by name. They stop by office hours just to say hi. And it's just a really nurturing place to start getting that experience that then they can take elsewhere.
Yeah. How many students do you know are in the major? Do you know how many undergrads?
By last count, I think it was like 50 majors,
Okay.
but it's growing. I think we're adding like 15 every year. It's just
Okay.
a very rapidly growing major at Davis.
So for now, the student to faculty ratio is really small, right? Like, yeah, that's
it's unbelievable, and it's for the faculty, it's a joy because we get to know the students personally. And then for me, you know, once I see a student get through the entire major, and then I recommend them for graduate schools or send in references for jobs, it's just wonderful because it's the student teacher ratio is so good that I've gotten to know them really, really well.
Yeah.
And so I think everybody wins with an arrangement like that.
Yeah. Awesome. Hey, so Katrina is asking, she's got a couple questions in here, but to start, is it common for STS majors to have a second major, to maybe double major in something else?
Yes, we have plenty of students who double major. In fact, you could double major with a bunch of things, but even the sciences themselves, you could double major in because we can count science courses towards the major itself. And in fact, we do encourage the students to take these science courses. For example, if you were interested in, I have in mind a research intern of mine who wants to do environmental policy things. Well, if you're interested in that, take some environmental science classes and then start an internship, which she did, studying environmental impact on Silicon Valley. So yes, those double majorings are very possible, and we very, very strongly encourage them for the students who want them.
Okay. And we talked a little bit already about research opportunities and internships. Do you see any first year, second year students, or is it mostly juniors and seniors? The question specifically is, are those opportunities limited to juniors and seniors?
No, they are not. So those opportunities exist for everyone. And I think, of course, every faculty member would think differently about what they are looking for, but I know a bunch of us, what we want is a student who knows how to study science and technology in the way that we would need them to. So perhaps a first year who has taken the right classes could definitely do that, and we can teach them the rest. And that's actually something I want to emphasize here, that a lot of these internships are actually one-on-one teaching time. Like I've found myself, for example, with a social media intern that we had, I just taught him how to run a social media campaign because that was the part of the job that, you know, that was involved. So they're not at all restricted to juniors and seniors, and the faculty members who take on interns are very, very happy to teach them how to do the things they need to do.
Okay, that's great. You mentioned at the beginning that there are a couple of different emphasis areas that students can choose. What does that process look like? Is it just picking the classes? Can they choose one and a different? Can they choose multiple emphasis areas if they're interested in, say, the data and media technologies, but also law and innovation, maybe the combination of those two? What might that look like?
The emphasis they're not necessarily things that students choose from the get-go. Instead, it's something that we think, well, given the classes that you've chosen to take, this seems to be the emphasis that is best suited for you.
Okay.
So students pick and choose basically according to their own interests. And there's plenty of precedent of students, say, taking a bunch of data and media technology courses and then realizing that what they were really interested in was health data. So they end up working on health and environment emphasis. So it's not something pre-chosen. What we want in the major is to give the students the space to figure out what they love to do, and then to give them the structure so that they have all the tools to do that.
Gotcha. Remind me again, what an outcome for, a student might be if they're looking at grad school, or they're looking at, their first job. Where might they be looking with an STS major?
Honestly, anywhere, because you would be looking for a kind of graduate school that would allow you to keep thinking about that science and technology that interested you to begin with. So I have students right now who started doing the law and innovation emphasis, and of course some of them are planning to go to law school. But we have also some that are planning to go to public administration and who are seeking training programs for the Sacramento state government. We have students who do health and environment thinking that they want to be pre-med, but then they realize that what they're really interested in is environmental policy. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens a lot now with everything that's going on in the world. So really, what field the student goes in is not something that's predetermined. It's more sort of we would mentor the student to figure out what field of graduate work is the best one for them.
Okay. We got a question. What is your favorite class? Maybe what is your favorite class to teach?
What is my favorite class to teach? And then I can tell you some cool classes too. So my favorite class to teach is, it's an introductory class. It's a lecture class that takes place in the first, whenever you want to take it, but we have a lot of first years. It's STS 11, and it's called Science on Trial. And what I cover in that class is interactions between science and the law, specifically as they relate to agriculture and health. So we cover things like patenting living organisms, scientific evidence like DNA evidence in the courts and how that is handled. We cover things like mandatory programs of sterilization and how those were overturned, personal health and sexuality, basically all those legal bits, all those legal forces that really shape science and society in surprising ways. That's what we cover, and I love it. And the class is growing, but one of the things that I really like about it is that I've structured it in a way that at the end of every lecture, there's time for the students to just chat amongst themselves, and then my TA and I just circle the room, and if anybody wants to chat with us, they can. And so students really get some time to think about what the material means to them, because it does mean different things to each of them, potentially. So that's my favorite class to teach. Another, I like all my classes. Another one I love teaching is called Computing Data Law. And there I teach basically internet law to my students. I teach them what happens with authors' rights, with copyrights and things like that, censorship, privacy, basically all these ways that the law shapes the online world in surprising ways. And the reason I love this class, it's a little more advanced, but I think it's usually sophomores and juniors who take it. What I love about this class is that this class is born directly from my research. So the students actually get to see and learn things that they couldn't anywhere because I'm the one discovering them. And that's kind of cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, that one's really fun to teach. And we have all sorts of other classes. that students love. We have one called science fiction that's just extremely popular. We have video games and culture. We have data sense and exploration. We have an entire class dedicated to stuff like census data. How do you actually visualize society using data analytic techniques? Students are very interested in that one too. It's a very eclectic field, and so yeah.
So we do have some questions in here specifically about like data management. What kind of classes would they take in STS if they're interested in like informatics, data management, that kind of thing?
Oh, we have a bunch. We have 3 faculty members who are studying, who are teaching data studies classes, and a few like me who are sort of adjacent to it that enrich it. But we have, our students would learn how to work with R, of course, how to work with Excel, how to work with Python, how to manage and clean up the data. These are courses that were actually born from a conversation that our faculty had with employers around the Bay Area. They asked them, hey, what do you want in a potential new employee? And what these employers said, according to my colleagues, is that they wanted new hires who were technically savvy with data management techniques and with data analysis itself, but who also had the tools to think socially and contextually about the data that they were creating so that it wasn't generating, for example, any biases along the way. And so that's the kind of course that our students would take. We have a whole array of them where they blend the data analysis itself with the social aspects of data management.
Wow, cool. How about for your seniors, the students who are graduating? Do you have any honors thesis or capstone type project?
We do.
Okay, cool.
It's entirely optional. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but we do have a few students who do it every year, and they write amazing things. I've supervised a few of them. Right now I'm supervising one on the dark web and sort of medical information in the dark web, which is really cool. I recently supervised another one that used the techniques that we taught the student, but in the context of textbooks. So he was writing about textbooks as technologies and is now employed at a sort of education / tutoring firm. We have another one. Let me think. Yeah, we have the Silicon Valley and environment one that I mentioned. Yeah, we have a bunch. It's entirely optional. Usually the way that the thesis works is that the student will probably decide they want to do this sometime late in the spring, and then we arrange in the senior year for them to take 2 senior classes where they're being mentored one-on-one by a faculty member, so they walk away with a really good thesis.
It seems to me that what we're going through now would be an amazing project. Like, you know, the science of and the technology of what we're having to do now, plus the social impact of it, would be a really cool project. Or yeah,
and that sort of thing, that sort of thing where something that's going on in the world right now inspires the student to write a thesis is something that we thrive at. So for example, one of the theses that is happening right now is on the spread of misinformation through Twitter. And so this student is actually learning how to scrape Twitter so that she can actually use that data that she gets and then analyze it using STS, sort of sociology, anthropology methods that we're teaching her. So it's sort of these hybrids that honestly, the way the world works right now, these sort of hybrid approaches are the way to go oftentimes.
Yeah. Do you want to just repeat, in case we have any new folks in, maybe just repeat who you are and a little bit about the department, the program, and how many students are enrolled currently?
Yes, so I am Condias. I am in Science and Technology Studies. We study all aspects of science and technology in society, from law and business to culture and data. How many students? As I understand, we had about 50 students in the major, but our classes, we have many more in our classes, of course. The major is growing quickly, but it's still at a point where it has really good student to teacher ratio. And what else did you want me to say?
Oh, that was it. That
Okay.
was perfect. Yeah, just kind of a quick introduction to yourself and the department. So we do have a question about the companies that students might go work for if they've graduated with STS. Big tech companies, Facebook, Google, things like that. Do they come to campus? Do they recruit? Do we have contacts? I know we do. A lot of those companies do come to us through the career fairs. But what has been your experience with, where students might go when they're looking for employment?
Students look for employment at the places where they can build a history of relationships during college. That's, I think, my biggest takeaway. As to who comes to campus, I think the career services offices would know better than me because I've never actually been to their fair, like the big fair that they have. But our students, what they do is that as they start to develop, sort of as they progress through college, whatever companies seem to be the ones that are sort of taking them in for internships, that's the ones where they end up. So for example, one of the students I mentioned who is now sort of very happily employed at an education firm started working there while he was an undergrad. Another student, well, basically that's the story of all the students that I know. They start building relationships with companies or with lines of work, and that ends up determining where they end up. I don't know of any students who sort of decide last minute, oh, I will now work for Facebook and then make that happen. I don't know how that would work. But we would have students, for example, who would start working on social media and then along the way perhaps get a job as a social media manager and then start working from there.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. What about students who maybe are interested in the sciences like biology? Do you have students who maybe double major in, maybe they have a major in biological sciences, but they add STS, or they add a biosci major if they come in with STS? What are do you see any double majors in your classes or the students you're advising?
Yes, so the answer is yes, but I don't work closely with any of them because I work on digital tech stuff. But what I can tell you is that STS and biology are extremely compatible because of our health and environment track, and we can actually count biology towards the STS major, so it's very feasible to double major in both. As to what they could do, the first go-to would be the health professions, public health, medicine, what have you. So that would be the first career path I can think of. We also have students interested in biology who actually do the law and innovation track because firms like Genentech and all the biotech firms that are also in Silicon Valley are looking for people who can engage social media campaigners, stuff like that.
Yep. That makes sense. Do you know much about what students are doing to get involved building community in the program? Are there student clubs? What are your students doing to build community?
The biggest one among the undergrads, I think, is the STS club, and that's the club that's been honestly, it's been amazing because they're the ones responsible for bringing all those amazing people I mentioned at the beginning from Google and from think tanks and from all over the place to chat with our students. They put together these great events with I think one of them had like 70 people come to hear about the future of work and the gig economy. And so that's the biggest student organization that's explicitly related to STS. There are a few smaller organizations that sort of spin off from the STS club, but I think those are not actually formalized. Those are just opportunities that students who love STS take.
Okay, that makes sense. What do you happen to know what percentage or ratio of higher ed grad school versus employment did the students go into?
I don't know that number myself, but if people want to know it, I'm happy to ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And from the students I supervise myself, it's about half and half, but I don't know the overall numbers.
Okay. One thing I've been asking, I asked this of the faculty member who was on our panel earlier this week, how has remote instruction been going?
How has remote instruction been going? One, well, in STS itself, I can't speak for the university, but I can tell you in STS itself, we care so much about teaching that the faculty in STS has been working really hard to make this the best possible. So I speak with my colleagues who, for example, the ones that are teaching the data analysis, they tell me, they've just been creating all these entirely new resources for their students simply because they can't be there to mentor them directly. So I think, how has it been going? It has been going as well as they can make it, and they're trying really hard.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. I think that's kind of how it is for all of us, right? So if a student were to want to get help in STS, what kind of resources are there? Are you a faculty advisor? Do they have faculty advisors? Are there staff, peer advisors in the department? What does that system or support network look like?
We do have staff advisors. Our advisors are in the same unit that also advises psychology and philosophy. There are faculty advisors. I am one of them. Students come to me all the time, either to plan about what careers they might want to have or to think about what paths within the major or what courses they might want to take. And I'm always happy to chat with them. And there are also peer advisors within the staff advising. And one, I think right now there was one or two, and they know the major inside out, and they're super supportive.
Okay, great.
And then all the university resources for help are also available, of course, like the writing center. I always advise my students, regardless of how good you feel you are at writing, go to the writing center. You can always get so much better. And I used to go to it when I was an undergrad, and it was wonderful. So yeah.
How about students who are coming in, maybe they're not quite sure what they want to study, but if STS is something they want to pursue, like what would be a great start? Like what one class would be a great, dip the toe in? And then if they did want to declare the major, is it hard? Do you know what that process looks like?
Yeah, it's super easy. You just have to tell us. You just have to tell us that you'd like to be an STS major, and we will welcome you with open arms. And in terms of what classes to take, the lower division classes in STS, so all the ones that have 2 digits, they're all wonderful. They're all wonderful. So I would just suggest that you take whichever one of those seems most interesting to you.
Right. Perfect. All right, Cone, any last thoughts for our students who are here visiting us? We might also have some parents that are also in the session. Any last thoughts for them about the program and the resources that are there for students?
Yeah, I guess my last thoughts would be that you don't have to major in STS to get to know STS. And regardless of what profession you choose, you're going to have to think critically about science and technology anyway. So get to know us, take a class. Even our upper division classes don't have prereqs. You could take it and do very, very well from the get-go. So just browse through the catalog, be curious, allow yourself all the curiosity that you can, and enjoy.
Great. Well, let me turn my video back on so I can do this. Thank you, Cone. I really, really, really appreciate it. Looks like our attendees also appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me.
So your website is STS, right? sts.ucdavis.edu.
Yes, sts.ucdavis.edu. There you can read about all the faculty, all our classes, and everything you'd like.
Great, perfect. All right, thanks again.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, so let's switch over. Now we've got who is up next? Is my presentation telling me is up next? Sociology. Yes, sociology is up next. So we've got some people in the room, hopefully wanting to learn more about sociology. If you were here for STS and you are also curious about sociology, we hope you'll stick around. Definitely ask us those questions. Use the Q&A feature that is linked on your screen there. There's a little button for opening up the Q&A box. But I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my oh, there they are, my sociology colleagues. Cool. There they are. Perfect. I'm going to turn my video off so that you all can shine. And hopefully we'll get some questions rolling in. But do you want to start by maybe introducing yourselves? Maybe say who you are, what you do, and then maybe one thing you love about UC Davis. And then maybe one person, Carolyn, I'm not sure if that's you, who can just give a brief overview about the major or the two majors actually that you're covering today. Sound good? Perfect. All right.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Carolyn. I'm one of the 3 staff advisors for the sociology department. I'm also an alum of UC Davis. And I've been in this role since 2015, and I really love our sociology students and working with them.
Hi all, my name is Kelly. I am one of the other sociology staff advisors in the department, and I have been on campus since I was a student myself. I did not major in sociology, I majored in managerial economics. A part of me wishes I had known more about sociology because I actually may have majored in that if I could go back and do it again. And I've been on staff with sociology since 2014 in advising, and just really love how dynamic the department is and all the very relevant and compelling topics that our department covers.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Barrett and I'm the 3rd sociology staff advisor. I have been with the department since last year, so it's officially been a year. And I was not a student at UC Davis. I actually went to UC Merced, but I am really happy to be at UC Davis and serving student population here. I think the thing I really enjoy most about sociology is just the things that students are learning, and it's really interesting talking to students about their experience in the program. I did take sociology classes when I was in undergrad, and so I personally really enjoyed them, and so I'm glad to be able to talk to students about it in our advising meetings.
I can go next. I'm Christine, and I am a current senior at UC Davis, so this is my last quarter, and I am a sociology peer advisor. Oh, and I guess my favorite thing about UC Davis is I like the small community. It's a big campus, there are a lot of students, but it does feel like a small community in the town, and students are really willing to help each other, so that's been my favorite thing about Davis.
Hi everyone, my name is Jennifer. I'm the other sociology peer advisor. It's also my senior year, so it's my last quarter here at UC Davis. And my favorite thing about UC Davis is the small town. I come from Riverside, so I'm used to a city. So being in like a little small college town is quite nice. And the on-campus student life is very diverse, so you could definitely find your community there. And I was able to find my community far away from home. Thank you.
All right, so I'll give a little bit of an overview of our sociology majors. So as Mark mentioned, we have 2 different majors. We have the sociology major, and then we have sociology organizational studies. The sociology major actually has 4 different emphases. So you have a lot of choices in sociology. There is a general emphasis, which is a very flexible emphasis, gives you a lot of choices and different kinds of courses that you want to take. There's a law and society emphasis, which is pretty popular. You take courses like sociology of law, criminal justice system, criminology, deviance, juvenile delinquency. So lots of courses along those lines, as well as some legal studies courses. We also have a social services emphasis, and that one's geared more toward people that want to go into the social service area. So there's some psychology courses, as well as some race and ethnicity courses at both the lower and upper division level. So that one is a pretty popular one as well. And then we also have comparative studies and world development. And that one has more of an international focus where you get to take some courses that are focused around studying a region of the world. That one is a little more interdisciplinary. You do take a lot of courses in history or religious studies or anthropology. So not as many sociology courses at the upper division level as some of the other emphases. And then our organizational studies course major, that one is geared toward looking at society and how organizations, whether you're talking about businesses or government organizations, impact society and how we as society impact those organizations. So that's a little bit about the different options. There's about 800 students or so in our department between the two majors, and so it's a fairly large department on campus. There's a lot of opportunity for students to get involved with faculty and do internships and study abroad and lots of other programs. So it's a pretty well-rounded major.
So Kayla, do you want to talk a little bit more about, or maybe the students can as well, what the process looks like for a student who might be interested in doing research or doing an internship under a faculty member? Like, what does that process look like? Are faculty accessible? Are they available? Are they approachable?
Yes, to all those things. So for our faculty, I think our faculty are very approachable compared to some of the other departments on campus. And I know I'm a little biased, but they are very approachable. If students have interest in research or things like that, they can just go to office hours and start talking to faculty or even our grad students. A lot of our undergrads work with our grad students on research. So there's plenty of opportunity out there if students want to get involved in it. They just have to just ask, basically. I've also collect information every quarter of grad students and faculty that are looking for undergrads. So we do send that out so students can have some warm leads to follow up on when it comes to that kind of thing. There's also a senior honors thesis that students can take part in where they can do their own research. And that's a project that usually takes about a year where they come up with a research question, they design their own research, they work with a faculty member to go through that process as well as take a class that goes along with it. So a lot of opportunity for research. I don't know if Jennifer or Christine have anything they want to add regarding that.
I personally haven't had any experience with faculty doing research, but I can attest to the fact that a faculty is very approachable. I've gotten several letters of recommendation from professors, from just going to office hours, getting to know them. The professors are very accessible, their office hours are very accessible, and it's been the same even with classes online. It's been really easy to get in touch with them. So that's personally been my experience, and I know a lot of students feel the same way about that.
I actually do have experience. Well, I'm not doing, it's like a project, it's not research. So it was a project that I'm currently working on with a graduate student. And it's called We Are All Students. So it is a social media based project. And we basically share stories and also post on Instagram about statistics around incarceration. So students who have a previous felony and are attending college. And my process for that was, most of the time when you're in class, you do have the faculty or the TA, the graduate student working with the faculty, making an announcement about a current internship they're working on or a project they're working on. And if you're interested, they tell you to please reach out to them via email most of the time, or you can talk to them after the class and just tell them I'm interested. And then that way they know your face. So that way when you email them, they know who exactly is emailing them. So my process was I actually did wait after class and said I was interested. And so I sent an email and then I actually had to do a phone interview. So the graduate student did a phone interview with me just to make sure that that the project was something that I was interested in, because he wanted to assign a role for me that I would be very interested in. And so at first I did jump onto his research, but then his research was about basically baby boomers who are incarcerated. I wanted to see basically their life cycle in and out of the prison and why they keep cycling in and out based on all these policies that were passed throughout history. I worked a little bit on that, but then I ended up transitioning over to his project because I actually ended up having more interest in his project than the actual research. So they're very flexible. So if it ends up being something that you thought maybe it wasn't what you wanted, they're so flexible with you and they're able to help you transition into an aspect of the research that's really in line with your own interests.
Thanks, guys. So, Carolyn, you mentioned that there are about 800 students in the major or in the department, so across the two majors. What does that look like in terms of class size? Maybe for lower division, upper division, and then about upper division, what might it look like for students coming in? When do they get to start taking those upper division classes?
Okay. For our lower division, I would say the majority of our classes are probably around 150 students or so. Our Social 1 class can be as big as 200, and some of our lower division are only about 100, but they're a little bit larger than some of our other upper division courses. So in those courses, it's pretty much lecture style. We have different faculty that teach it in different ways, and so I think just kind of asking questions from our peer advisors and things like that, you can find out what would be a good fit for those kinds of courses. When you get to the upper division level, I would say the majority of our classes are probably 80 to 90 students. However, we do have some that are 40 or 50 students, and we do offer small seminar classes as well that are only about 20 students. And so that's a really good opportunity for students to be in a small class and get to know the faculty and the other students really well. So those are on specialized topics, and they vary throughout the years depending on what the faculty member wants to design a seminar around. So we do have those. As far as when students start taking upper division, it really depends on when you come into the major, but if you start your freshman year knowing that you want to be a sociology major, typically by the end of your sophomore year, you're starting to take upper division courses. So we don't have a lot of prereqs for our courses. There's a lot of flexibility. So I think that's one of the nice things about being a sociology major. There's no particular order for most of our courses that you have to go in. So when you're ready to start taking upper division, you can start taking them. So it's pretty nice in that way.
Okay. Great. We do have some questions coming in. One is, well, they're both from Abigail, actually. Thank you, Abigail. So it sounds like Abigail is planning to maybe take some classes at her local community college. Do you guys have any recommendations for what she should take? Should she take classes? Should she be looking more at general education? What might she, if she wants to just maybe get a little bit ahead, what might she want to look at if she were going to plan to take some community college courses this summer?
That's a really good question, Abigail. Thanks for asking that. As far as taking courses, I would recommend definitely using the website assist.org. That website will help you determine which courses can be transferred to UC Davis so that you actually get proper course credit for that. In general, you can take lower division sociology classes if they're in Assist. However, I typically recommend taking some of the other courses that may be required for the major or your GEs. The reason I say that is because we teach our sociology courses in a certain way. And so when you get to the upper division level, you want to kind of know some of the foundational things and the theories that we talk about. And so I think you'll do better if you do the sociology classes at UC Davis. However, if you do take like a Soc 1 equivalent or something like that at community college and it's in Assist, we definitely will give you credit for it. So that would just be a personal choice of yours, but that's typically our recommendation.
Perfect. There is another question about AP courses, which I'll answer offline. But for the two students who, it sounds like you guys are almost graduating, about ready to graduate. Do you want to tell us what your plans are? Are you going to grad school? Are you looking for work? Like, what does a typical graduating sociology student, what does that look like for most students in the majors?
Sure, that's a great question. So I am graduating this quarter, and my plan is to take a year off and then go to law school. So my personal emphasis is sociology, law, and society. So as Carolyn said earlier, there are several emphases. So your career path doesn't necessarily have to follow a certain path in the major, but a lot of sociology students that are in law and society on that track will go to law school or have interest in that, or maybe will be interested in law enforcement or criminal justice reform, something like that. So my personal plan is to go to law school, and I didn't figure that out until about the end of my junior year. So there was a lot of exploration, and the sociology classes do a really good job of opening your mind to a lot of different possibilities of career paths. So that's my personal plan. I know a lot of people that do like the organizational track are interested in business. The organizational studies major does have some business focused classes, some economics focused classes. So I know people in that major that are interested in business or going to business school. Some students are interested in applying to be a social worker. So there's a really diverse path, or there are many diverse paths that students go down, which is something that I really value about the sociology major, is that it is very diverse and there is a lot that you can do with it and you can mold it how you want. But as far as me, the law and society track really motivated me to pursue law school in the future. So that's the endeavor that I'm going down right now.
Yeah, my path sounds very similar to Christine's. My emphasis is also law and society. I originally went into law and society because I was interested in public policy. Political science wasn't really something I was interested in as much as sociology, because sociology was more broad. And then once I found out there was a law and society emphasis that focused more on like criminal justice, which was more where I wanted to go towards. And it wasn't until I started taking these classes that I started getting interested into going to law school. So since it's my last quarter, what I did to prepare was I actually started doing research on the pathway to law school. So I went to my pre-law advising on campus. And then through there, I also found this program that was called the King Hall Outreach Program at Davis. And I applied for that. And I took it over winter quarter, and it was about 5 Saturdays where we had to go to the UC Davis Law School with other students. And then you meet students from all over. I think in my cohort, there were students from UC Berkeley, UC Merced. And we were basically all there just learning about law school 101, what you need to know, how many letters of rec, how to use the website. So that really helped me, because currently right now I am searching for LSAT prep courses, so the law school admissions test that you have to take. So that program really prepared me, because it focused me on my checklist of what I need to do for my gap year, because I'm actually taking a gap year also, because it does take a year to apply to law school. And if you're planning to go right after your undergraduate, you would need to start preparing a year prior to graduating if you plan to do that. But since I found out later on, I decided to do the gap year, so I don't have to rush myself and I'm able to be more prepared. But yeah, that's basically my path. And like Christine said, you do meet a lot of students. I actually do meet a lot of students who are interested in law. So my experience has really kind of helped them, and I share it with them and tell them what kind of pathway I'm taking, because a lot of students do have questions about gap years, like, is it worth the gap year? Should I do the gap year? Should I not? Because a lot of them are worried about returning to school, that they might not return to school after the gap year. But if you think about it, that gap year is really just a time for you to prep for your applications. It's technically not really a gap year, it feels like, because you're applying and you're prepping for that next step in your education.
Right. Great point. So I know that UC Davis does not have a, and I'm using air quotes, you can't see them, a business major. But for a student who is looking for a business major at UC Davis, is the org studies option in sociology a good one for a student who might be interested in going to, maybe get an MBA or going into management as a career option?
So I can speak to that a little bit since I came into UC Davis as a managerial economics major, and that's what I graduated with, basically because I was told that is the business at UC Davis, and it's a great major. It is not a business major. UC Davis, like you said, does not have a business major. So I think there's a misconception that managerial economics or economics, is the same. And for students who realize they don't want to be taking calculus classes or a lot of heavy economics theory classes, the social org studies major is a really great option to be able to have the more human side of business and organizational development, learning about a lot of various things within the nonprofit realm, the government realm, the business sector, obviously, and how sociology ties into all those different areas, in addition to looking at, issues like race, class, gender, things that are going to be important for anyone entering any of those realms to know about and how those intersect. I think it's a really great option for students who are maybe interested in things like human resources, nonprofit administration, recruiting. I mean, the list kind of just goes on and on. Data analytics even, because there are some statistics courses, not a lot, but there's 2 stats courses that are part of the org studies major. So it's a great option for students who are thinking that they want to be maybe something in the business realm, but just realize that they don't want to take calculus or the really heavy economic theory classes that the econ major offers.
Perfect. So another question that we often get is whether or not students can double major. So what does that look like for someone who maybe is a sociology major and is thinking, oh, maybe I should add statistics or math or art history? Do you see a lot of sociology or sociology org study students double majoring?
I can speak to this. We do definitely have a lot of students that double major. I'm currently working with a student who's actually double majoring in biology and sociology, so within 2 different colleges. So it's not only limited to just within the College of Letters and Science. We have students, across colleges double majoring as well. Our majors are smaller in terms of units, and so most students will need to take some additional coursework beyond the major requirements to graduate. So we do encourage looking into other majors, potentially minors, and seeing what the options are, and we can definitely help them build an academic plan around that as well.
Awesome. Were either of you, Jennifer, Christine, did either of you mention that you're double majors? I don't remember. No.
I have a minor, but
Okay.
not a double major. I'm
Do
a
you
minor
want to talk? Do you want to talk about what the minors in the sociology program looks like and what that means for students who might be interested in maybe dabbling in sociology but not adding it as a full major?
Yeah, sociology minors, I've worked with a lot of students that have come in to the office who want to take a few sociology classes but don't want to commit to the full major, and the minor is a great way to do that. And usually you take about 5 classes upper division for sociology, and you can pick them from any background, I guess. So you can take a class on criminal justice, and then you can also take a class that has to do with more policy-based stuff, or you could take sociology of culture. So they don't have to be all legal sociology classes or all like nonprofit sector sociology classes, you can mix and match, which is what is appealing to a lot of students. So like for law and society, for that emphasis that I'm doing, most of my classes are legal based, but with the minor, you can take one from here, one from there. So that's something that I've learned that a lot of students are interested in doing and why they want to pursue the minor.
That's awesome. Thanks, Christine. I guess the last question I have, if we haven't already covered it, is what ways do students get involved through the department? Are there student clubs? Are there organizations that are affiliated with the department that students can volunteer through or participate in? How do they build their community?
We do have the Sociology Student Association, which is a student-run club that is, it's not part of our department, but it's very well connected to our department. We do support that club in a lot of ways. So students can join it as long as they're a sociology major, and they have activities that have to do with career options as well as just fun things that they can do so that they can build community and talk about sociological issues. So that's been a really great thing for our department. As we mentioned, there are the research opportunities and internship opportunities that students can get involved in. I think those are probably the main ways. A lot of our students are also involved in a lot of other clubs and organizations around campus because there are so many of them, and we have such a diverse group of students. They just have a lot of interests. So I think they build their communities in a variety of different ways.
Great. So we have also gotten this question almost every session. What is your favorite class? What has been your favorite sociology class if you're a student, or maybe for the advisors? What do you hear, or what do you hear is the most maybe popular, or always has a wait list?
My personal favorite has been the class called Criminal Justice System, and it actually sparked my interest in criminal justice reform and kind of set me on my path to law school. That one is usually pretty popular from my experience, and the professor that I had was amazing. She wrote me a letter of recommendation, and I'm actually taking another class with her right now just because she's teaching that class, and that one is called Punishment and Corrections. So I know that one's really popular, and Sociology of Law is another popular one. So I'd say, at least from my experience, from what I've taken, those are the pretty popular ones.
Yeah, my favorite sociology classes are actually basically all the ones Christine mentioned. I would have to say my favorite one is Sociology of Law. That one really sparked my interest in law because you do learn about how us as a society interact with the law, and then how these laws affect us and our communities and how they change, which was something I was really interested in. And I took the criminal justice class, and then that one actually is really popular, especially since we get to read, I'm not sure if Christine read the book, if it's Who the Professor, I think it is, which is The New Jim Crow, which is by Michelle Alexander. That one was a very popular one, which was on my list to read anyways, but I was actually glad to read it in class and learn more about that and the criminal justice system, because it can be, if you've never taken any criminal justice classes, I personally never did. That was probably my very first criminal justice class. It was a nice introduction to see what it is, the criminal justice system, because it's a very, very complicated to learn, but the professor was passionate about it. When the professors are so passionate about it, and then I believe the professor, she actually has worked in policy in that legal realm, and so she shared some of her own personal experience of what it was like to see these policies and reforms coming through, and so on. Yeah.
And in addition to those courses that they mentioned, I would also say some of our other popular ones are the healthcare classes. We have 3 different healthcare classes that we offer. There's a social policy class that's pretty popular. There's also one on the sociology of childhood and sociology of adolescence. Those are popular with people that want to work with children when they get out into the career force. So as well as a variety of others. There's courses on race, courses on gender. Those are pretty popular as well. So wide variety of different things, and popular, I think, for different reasons amongst our students.
Perfect. Well, I'm jumping in because I think our time is just about up, but I wanted to say thank you to all of you. Carolyn, Jennifer, Christine, Michelle, Kelly, thank you guys so much for representing sociology, but also UC Davis. Any last thoughts, words for the people in the room? Just congrats.
Congrats on your admissions. We hope to see you in the fall.
Awesome. Great. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. See ya. All right. So we'll switch gears here. See where we are. We are not on sociology anymore. We are on German and Russian. Yes. So we're going to turn it over to the German and Russian group. So we'll get Lorenzo in here. And sounds like you're there. There you are. There you are. Perfect. So hopefully we'll get some questions. I just want to remind everybody that the Q&A feature is available to ask questions. Ask them at any time. We are recording the session too. So captioned and everything, we'll link it to the website. So Lorenzo, do you want to introduce yourself? Maybe tell us who you are, what you do, what programs you advise for, you represent, and maybe one or two favorite things that you have for UC Davis, about UC Davis.
Oh, my name is Lorenzo Zuniga. I advise German, Russian, and Spanish, and the Luso-Brazilian minor also as well. I've been with the Languages and Literature department for, this is my 4th school year, so it's going on 4 years, about 3.5 or so. One of my favorite things about working here at UC Davis are the students, right? They're so passionate about literature and culture, and because when they study a language, they're not just learning how to speak a language. They learn about the history of the people, of the culture, and they become sensitive to different beliefs, and so that's one of my favorite things about about talking to our students that come to our department to learn a language, whether it's German and Russian or any other languages in our Languages and Literature department.
How many languages are there in the department? I don't actually even know the answer to this.
So there's 12 languages. Classics, we split them in two. Latin and Greek. And the Luso-Brazilian minor is only a minor, and plus the 9 languages. Wow. Chinese. 11 languages. I'm sorry. 11. Okay. So I'll count Chinese, Japanese, French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, German and Russian, and Greek and Latin.
Okay.
Wow. I'm not forgetting any of them.
So for students who do want to study a language at UC Davis, what does that process look like? If they're coming in, do they have to have experience? Should they have studied it in high school? If they haven't studied it in high school, how do they know where to start?
So if they don't have any experience in the language before, in high school or at home, well, they will start in the one course, German 1, Russian 1, okay. Spanish 1, and so on, right? And if they have a couple years in high school, normally, let's say they only took 2 years of a language in high school, most students are able to start in German 2 or Russian 2, right? Okay. Let's say they took 2 years in high school, they will start in Russian 2. If they feel like they need to review, they are able to start in Russian 1 or German 1 or Spanish 1, but since it's a, it's pretty much review for them, it's going to be an automatic pass, no pass grade for them if they want to go, if they want to start from the beginning, since they do have experience in high school. And if they have more than 2 years of experience, then we'll go from there, right? If they have 3 years of high school, then depending on their level, and then they can probably go into the third class of German 3 and so on.
Okay. What does the curriculum look like for German and Russian? Is it literature? Is it a combination of literature and history, and also the language itself, speaking, writing?
It focuses on linguistics and literature, history and culture. So our classes are pretty much vary in those aspects, right? So we have courses that only focus on linguistics, different aspects of linguistics, phonetics, or phonetics, or applied linguistics, or so on, right? Most of our literature courses are probably the favorite ones of the students, but they also have the opportunity to take courses that focus on more on history, more history based on the history of media, and more culture based courses also, like film and and things like that, right? So it's a variety of courses. So you at least students at least have to take a little bit of everything, at least 2 courses in every area, at least 2 in literature, 2 in linguistics, and 2 in history and or culture, right?
Okay.
They have a variety of ways.
For students who may want to immerse themselves, what does the study abroad process look like? Do most students do an abroad experience if they're taking a language major?
Yes, we recommend that they study abroad. That's the best way to gain the highest proficiency possible, right? Because they'll engage with the language, not just in the classroom, but everywhere, right? They have to live there for a semester or a quarter. Even if they're only there for a summer, they're not just in the classroom, they're there every day. Every student that I talk to about their study abroad experience, if they weren't majors, they come back wanting to become a major, because it's just it's pretty much it sounds cliche, but it's almost like a once in a lifetime opportunity, because they're actually in a classroom where they're not traveling as a tourist. They're in a classroom with other students from another country, and and especially for German and Russian, it's UCAP, so it's there were students from all UCs, not just from UC Davis. So they engage with different students that have different experience, right? And they're with an instructor from that hosting university. That's how it differs from Coder Abroad. Coder Abroad, they usually go with an instructor from UC Davis, and students from only UC Davis. That's a big difference from the UCAP programs that German and Russian belong to. Russian, there's summer, fall, spring programs in St. Petersburg, and in German, and the same, summer, spring, and fall in Berlin. So
and are they doing classes in like history, or is it just specifically language? What kind of classes are they taking if they're doing an abroad, like a quarter abroad through UCEAP?
So it depends on the student, right? Some students, some love linguistics, some really, that's not their favorite area at all, right? They just take the course that they had to take for the major, and they take mostly like literature courses.
Okay.
Some don't like literature at all, and they take mostly linguistics courses. They just take their mandatory literature course that they have to take, and most of their electives, they fill it up with linguistics based courses, right? So they, and there's room to take a couple history based courses if it has to do with the history of Russia, or history of Germany. But it has to be close to the major, as that's concerned. But they take, they vary as far as courses, right? They don't have to, it's not it's pretty flexible.
Okay, cool, good. So we do have a question in here about a minor. So if students want to maybe minor in either German or Russian, is that available, number one, for those two majors? And what might that look like? Are they mostly linguistic or are they literature? What does the curriculum look like for a minor in either of those two programs?
So the same, right? So if they don't have any experience in the language before, so it will be 2 years of language if they have to start from scratch from, from German 1 or Russian 1. So their first 2 years, they'll be taking their lower division courses, and in the third year, they'll take either 5 upper division courses, either in Russian or in German. So both minors are 5 upper division courses, but they'll have to get through the language, the 2 years of language, that are required in order to be successful at the upper division course, right? Because there's no way, and it depends. Some students come in with, like second year proficiency or close to their third year proficiency. So it varies, but once they get through those 2 years, they will, at least have five more upper division.
So for a student who is coming in maybe without much experience, it almost sounds like maybe they should just major rather than, because if they're doing 2 years of lower division, is the minor, if they're doing all of that, is the major that much more in terms of number of courses required or units required to actually get the major over the minor?
No, the major for German will be just 6 more classes. For Russian it'll be 5 more. Russian 36 units, and German is 44. So it's only 6 more classes. So if they're going to be here for 4 years, the first 2 years they're only taking 1 German or Russian course, so they have time to just take only 1 language course while they're satisfying their other requirements for their other major. And once they get to the upper division, they can take more than 1 course, and that's when double majoring becomes a little bit more, a little easier. They can take more than 1 course, and by their third year, they probably already satisfy some of their main requirements in their primary major and some of their GEs, so they can take more than 1 language course. So it's common that students mostly, most of the time, they don't decide that they want to double major until usually their second or third year, once they see, okay, I like this, and most of them start minoring. But then they see how quickly they can double majoring, because they it's the same track, they just had to take a few more classes, basically.
So are a lot of students that are in German and Russian, are they double majors in something else?
Oh yes. A lot of them double major in, a couple of them double major in German and Russian, because the language sounds so similar. So
wow.
We had transfer students, they come in as a German major, and they end up double majoring in Russian also. And they even transfer students are able to do it within their 2 to 3 years, right? Complete those double majors. And and I guess when they're when they double major in a language, or if they come in initially as a language major, they can pretty much apply their language, the skills that they learn in these classes anywhere, right? Because they're not just bilingual, trilingual, and with German or Russian, in addition to something else, but they're not just fluent as far as talking to people. They're fluent as far as their other major is concerned also, right? Everything that they're learning in their other major, in their other minors, they're learning it in 2, 3 languages, right? So
right. So we do have a question in here about, is it possible to somehow go through the lower level language courses faster in order to get to the more advanced classes? Or is that 2-year period pretty set?
Well, it depends on their level when they first come in, right? It's 2 years for students who don't have any experience at all. Right, so if they come in with a third-year experience, for German, there's one, if they want to start during the summer, There's an accelerated course where they take their first year and over the summer. They basically take German 1, 2, and 3 in one course. It's an intense accelerated course. So that's one way to get 1 year out of the way, in 12 weeks during their summer special. For Russian, we don't have an accelerated course. So, if they start in Russian 1, then it's going to take 2 years to get through the language. Unless, if they have some prior experience, then, after a class or two, they can take a placement test and maybe try to take a little higher. But it really depends on their background.
Sure. Okay. What ways do students in your majors get involved on campus in either research or internships? What kind of opportunities are available for your German and Russian students?
Well, for German and Russian, there's every quarter we have a couple peer advisors for each event, so our students have the opportunity to work as peer advisors. And being a peer advisor and talking to your fellow classmates, it's a great opportunity for to gain very valuable communication skills. They're engaging one-on-one, and that's I think that it's an experience that they're going to take with them beyond the 4 years or 5 years that they're going to be here, right? There's also opportunity to tutor here in the department for German and Russian, so that's another way that students can engage. They can do it as a job, or they can do it for units if they want to, right? So it's just within the department. There's a couple opportunities for either unit work or paid work.
Okay.
As far as
do students get the opportunity to do research with faculty in the department?
Yes. For they either register for a German 199 or a Russian 199, they get to basically, if they're interested in doing some research in a certain area of their major, my professors are always happy to work with our students, to guide them as far as their research. So there's as far as they if they want to, there's always opportunities. And we tell them also, like, well, you should take the opportunity to work with your professor, do a little research project with them, or help them in their research and what they're doing, right, for a couple units or something like that. So they have the opportunity to develop as far as their research skills, and especially if they're planning on going to graduate school, they get training in what they're going to continue to do right afterwards, right?
Yeah. What does the process look like? Do students how do they find out those opportunities? Is it like an open door policy with the faculty? Do they do students just go in and talk to them? Is there a resource on your website? How do students find those kinds of opportunities? Or maybe the department and the number of students is so small that students and faculty really get to know each other and they just learn about it just by that.
Yeah, that's part of it, right? We're a small program, right? So that's pretty much it's a closed unit, so that's how they find out. The instructors they announce, for anybody who wants to do like an honors thesis, they pretty much have their PowerPoint, and they present it out to their students, like, as far as announcements, right? Every time I meet with the students, I tell them that you should really try to do an internship or some kind of research with your instructor, right? With the instructor that you prefer, right? In whatever area, whether it's linguistics, history, or literature, something that, and we send out emails every Friday also, like any of you who are interested in doing research with one of our professors, please, they're welcome to come talk to me, and we'll set it up for them, right? So that's pretty much as far as how it works, right? It's pretty, since we're a pretty close department, so word get out pretty quick amongst our students, right? Yeah. They're small courses, so they're small classes, so we're able to get out the message pretty quick. Yeah.
Are there student clubs or organizations that students get involved in to build community in the two departments? Or you know, cultural celebrations, like they learn about, you know, different things, German, Russian. What ways do the students build community in the program?
Well, every Thursday they get together. I mean, we try to, you know, get them to come in with our peers, with our peer advisors, and that's one way to build community. I mean, it's only a couple peer advisors, so it's like we have our German and our Russian library, so they get in together in a little round table setting on both days. So we try to promote it, you know, fairly, you know, well, so that, you know, everybody can come in and be like, you know, like in a one-on-one discussion with each other. So that's one way that the department gets is pretty close as far as, and that's how we try to build community, and how the students really, pretty much all the majors, since it's only right now currently it's about 15 in each major, 15 students declare, right? But there's more students in the class that haven't declared, so they pretty much all know each other, right? So that's and because of these things, like we kind of try to bring them in together as far as study groups, you know, that we set up like during, you know, certain, you know, different nights of the week, right? Like so throughout the quarter we kind of plan them out, so our majors can come to our building and study there.
Do your peers do they also offer tutoring services, or do you have tutoring services for students who may be struggling with the majors?
So we have tutors and peers also, right?
Okay.
So the tutors will, if, you know, if they're struggling with with their major, then they'll see a tutor. So but if they're having other questions about kind of create their plan, or, you know, how to kind of navigate through their class, and they'll talk to their peers, right? But if they need actual like help with their, you know, curriculum, then they'll talk to the tutors that specialize in either German or French or Russian tutor.
Where do you see your students go when they graduate? Are most of them going on to grad school? Are they going into like, what kind of careers are they looking at? Like, where do you see students going by and large?
Well, a lot of them going to teach high school, right? They go into credential programs,
okay.
Where, you know, quite a few of them continue to go on to grad school to, you know, for comparative literature, or for German and Russian. It's common that they go into comparative literature as well. It's a common double major or minor with German and Russian, right? So it's a lot of students tend to go to like a comparative literature, a master's program, or PhD if they feel like they're ready to go that longer, right? Include, you know, or into Russian or German graduate programs. A lot of them try to go into credential programs to teach high school, or, you know, elementary school or junior high school as well. But they can go into, I say, you know, they go into all different careers, translators, communications, and things.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. Do you have anything else to add? Do you have anything, did I miss any questions that you normally get from your prospective students, or students who are maybe already on campus and want to, you know, explore German or Russian as maybe something to add to their academic experience? Did we miss anything? Do you want to add anything about your programs?
I would say that sometimes students think it's really difficult to major in a language, especially if they don't have any prior experience. But you know, if just come in and talk to us, or you know, and contact us, and if we make a plan, it's pretty, you know, it's a doable path to do a minor or a major, right? It can be pretty intimidating to be in language courses sometimes, but you know, everybody goes through that experience at first, right? Also about study abroad, it takes time. It takes a lot of planning, and sometimes students feel like they can't, or they don't have time to study abroad, especially transfer students. They feel, well, I'm only going to be here for 2 to 3 years, I can't study abroad. But please come in, because you are able to study abroad. and you do have time if we plan it out carefully, right? We had a couple students that study abroad in St. Petersburg, that were transfer students. So it's it is possible. So don't assume that you're not able to do these things.
Right.
You can, right?
And when students study abroad, if they're receiving financial aid, their financial aid adjusts, correct? They, like, if the cost is higher to go abroad, their financial aid package can be adjusted for that.
Yeah, all of our students who receive financial aid, whatever their package is, they apply it to their program, right? Mm-hmm. So it all applies. So it's sometimes that's something else they worry about. Well, I'm a financial aid student, so I have to stay here on campus, but that's not true, right? You can also study abroad, and your financial aid package will be applied to the program, to the study abroad programs.
And it doesn't necessarily delay graduation. So a student can still finish in 4 years if they're a first-year student, or in 2 years if they come in as a transfer student and maybe want to do a summer term abroad or something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't delay their 4 years. I mean, it's considered. I mean, that's why we'll make a plan to where they can do this program within the 4 years. Sometimes students stay for a 5th year, but most students want to graduate in 4 years, and we can make that happen. And some students even graduate from abroad, right? They don't come back. They graduate from over there, so they don't come back to campus anymore. So they file to graduate, and they decide, well, I mean, I'm gonna just finish these courses over here in Germany, and I'm gonna stay here for a while, and I'm not going back to Davis for a while. So they file to graduate from over there, and they graduate from over there.
Wow. If a student, all these questions are now occurring to me. If a student does want to study abroad, when should they consider doing it? When should they consider coming and talking to you about making sure that what they're looking at, maybe a program they're looking at, is going to fit into their curriculum here, so that it doesn't delay them? When is there a right time for students to start thinking about it and talking to you about it?
Well, since especially UCAP, it has to be planned 10 months in advance. So I would say come in as soon as possible, even your first year. We can start, so we can start planning it for your second year or your third year, depending on your language levels and what kind of courses you want to take over there, right? Whether you want to take, you want to finish out your language courses out there, and then continue on to your literature, upper division literature courses, and history courses, linguistics courses. Yeah. So yeah, it takes a while. It takes quite a bit of planning. So just if, like, for example, if students want to go, next spring of next year, they have to start planning pretty much now, right? So it takes a while. So come in as soon as as soon as you can. Your first year, we can start talking about it, because we'll see, and we'll start looking at all your 4 years, and we'll see how we can fit in the courses, because we have a list of courses that students have taken over there and how they satisfy the majors, and we have an idea what they're planning, what they're going to take out there in those universities.
Good. So what's your website, Lorenzo? What is the website if people still have questions, if they want to look a little bit deeper into what the programs are about? Is it German? What is it?
German at UC Davis.
German.ucdavis.edu. That's the department website. Okay.
And Russian.ucdavis.edu.
And Russian.ucdavis.edu. And they can find you on either of those sites, right? If they have questions.
If they have any questions, they can find me there. They can email me anytime. They can call me. So, if they have any further questions, any more details, they can just reach out to me and contact me anytime. And I usually get back to them pretty quick.
Okay, good. Well, we are recording this. So, and we're going to put it back on the website so that people can rewatch it or learn a little more. So we have now that recorded. Thank you, Lorenzo. Really appreciate it. Thanks for joining us today.
Oh, thank you. It was nice to be here, and it was nice to answer those questions.
Great. Awesome.
See you
Thank
soon.
you. Take care.
You. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so we're going to switch gears again here. What is coming up next? I think it is all of these math majors. There are so many cool math majors. So we have another minute or two before it's 5:30. So we'll let maybe some people, they were here for German and they're not a math person, they can drop out. But if maybe people are joining us for the math session, we are recording this, so we will link it to the website that we have connected to the College of Letters and Science website. So if you're interested in learning more about any of our majors that were on the Majors Fair, the virtual Majors Fair, you can tune back in to that. And so why don't we get started here to learn all about our cool math programs. There's Sydney.
Hi.
Hi. All right, is it just you or do you have anyone else joining you?
It is just me. Tina might hop on.
Okay.
Oh, there's
Tina.
I'm here.
Hi.
Mark. Hi, everybody. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to turn my video off so it's just you guys. But why don't you start by just introducing yourselves, maybe telling people who you are, what you do, maybe the one thing, just one thing or two that you love about UC Davis, and maybe just briefly about the math majors that that they have applied to, that they've been admitted to, or maybe some people are just here checking them out. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Sydney, do you want to go first?
Yes.
All right.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Sydney Matson. I'm one of our undergrad advisors in math. One of the things I really love about Davis is the community. It's really inclusive and there's a lot to do.
And I'm Tina. I am a student services supervisor in the mathematics department. I have been here for 13 years in the same department, which is kind of crazy, but I love it that much, so I stay. I was once an undergraduate program coordinator and also a graduate program coordinator in mathematics, so I kind of know a little bit about the majors. And what I love about Davis, UC Davis and Davis, is its location. I love that it's a small town with really great eateries, and then you could go to Sacramento and San Francisco and Tahoe in just a matter of hours.
Yes, I would agree. The location's really nice. So we have a variety of majors that you all get to choose from. We have pure math, which has 2 tracks. One is secondary teaching and one is like a general track for you. And we also have a Bachelor of Arts and a Bachelor of Science for that degree. We also have mathematical analytics and operations research, applied mathematics, scientific and computation. And on the scientific and computation mathematics major, there is a bio emphasis and a math emphasis. So you get to kind of choose which track you want to take again there. I think that's, and then we also have a minor to it. And you'll probably find that you might do a minor with one of our majors. We have a lot of students that do minors. And what else? In our department, there's tons of opportunities to get involved. Each major has a capstone piece, so you'll have the opportunity to take a higher level class once you've advanced in math, or you can do an internship related to math, or even write an undergraduate thesis if you want.
Great. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Sydney.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Did I interrupt your thought?
No.
Okay, good. So I just want to remind everybody that if you have questions, go ahead and submit them on the Q&A box. But I do have some questions to start out with, if you guys are ready.
Yes.
Okay. So I know that there are I'm trying to count 1, 2, 3, 4 different math majors. Do you want to just tell people like what the size is for each, like maybe what in general that looks like, maybe class size, if you have a sense of you know, how many students are in each major compared to faculty, like student to faculty, and then what those relationships look like. Do faculty know the students in math?
Yeah, I'll answer that a little bit, but I'll probably default to Tina too.
Okay.
So our classes are pretty fair sized. I would say most of the time students are able to get to know our faculty if they attend office hours and really make that one-on-one connection. Some of our classes are larger, like our lower division calculus classes. They'll start out kind of big because everyone needs to take calculus. But once you get more into your upper division math classes, they kind of get smaller, and then that gives you the opportunity to learn specific subjects and really connect on the topics you like. And faculty have specific research areas, and if that interests you, it's a really great way to get to know them. I would say class sizes kind of range starting at like 30 all the way up to over 100, but I'll let Tina add to that.
Yes, and as far as the total number of our majors, we're pushing 800 plus. And general math has the largest number of students in it, more than half, I believe. Mm-hmm. And then applied math is in second. And one of our newer majors, it's actually 6-7 years old now, is the analytics and operations research major. And it is gaining speed rapidly because many students are wanting to use their math in the business aspect. So it's combined with econ and stats. So it's very user-friendly and career path friendly, I would say. Mm-hmm. And then, I mean, I agree with Sydney in terms of our numbers in our classes. Our undergraduate program committee has responded and said, you know, look, we really only want 70 students in our classes so that we can be a little more intimate. Again, that's our upper division classes because, you know, that's where you're really getting into the heart of math. And our faculty are super responsive in that they like to engage with students. They like to connect with students. You wouldn't think that in the mathematics field, but it brings them joy to talk about math. So mm-hmm. They want to engage with the students. They do a lot of research with undergrads. Like Sydney was saying, one of the capstone options is to do a thesis, an undergraduate thesis, and we have great success with our undergrads working with our faculty. So it's kind of cool that our faculty are open to undergrads and working with them as well as our graduate students. Graduate students, we have about 130 graduate students who work with undergrads as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that was your question, Mark.
Yeah, that was great. Yep, that was great. Thank you. So we did have a question come in about scientific computation. So what are the career paths available for that? Is scientific computation, what is it?
I'm hearing to Tina for that.
As you might get a sense that Sydney is new to this major. She hasn't even been in our department for a year, so we're putting her on the spot. I feel bad for her. But she's learning and she's able to provide you with information. So scientific computation. A lot of people go into research with this degree. They can work for Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. A lot of people do mathematical biology with this degree. They can do optimization, meaning, let's say, and this is also the analytics and operations research major, a student wants to work for FedEx to help them understand what is the best optimal route for a truck. They've learned that if they take right turns every time they need to make a stop, it saves on fuel. So they do all kinds of computation to figure out what is the most optimal route for an airplane or the airports, or you name it. It's really quite fascinating. Or they can work for the DOE. They can work for the DOJ. You name it. A lot of our students go into federal government to help them analyze trends and all that, you know, even weather. It's quite amazing what they can do with math.
Yeah. So when I was talking to a lot of prospective students at various college fairs and things like that, I had a lot of questions about data. So data management, data science, managing data, big data. I'm using air quotes, you can't see me. So is that, you know, if somebody were interested in that, would scientific computation be a good route, or the analytics and operations research?
I would go more with the analytics and operations research. It goes into, in particular, data analysis in Math 160. It's data structures. It also 168. I'm spouting off all these wonderful numbers for you that you won't remember, but that is our optimization class. You do advanced modern algebra, where you'll do things like cryptography and face recognition and really cool stuff. And of course, you know, learning all kinds of algorithms that help with Facebook and eBay and all that kind of good stuff.
So lots of, it sounds very applied, and again, I'm using air quotes. So we do have a question about the applied math major. How does that work? The question is, can you explain how the applied math major works in regards to choosing a specific scientific area of focus? Does that question make sense? Because
absolutely.
Okay, I'm so glad it does.
Yeah. So for the applied math, and Cindy, you jump in, but I'm gonna railroad this thing. For the applied math, in the lower division, you're required to take a 2-quarter sequence. So 2 quarters of either econ or biology or chemistry or physics or stats. So you kind of start with a base for lower division of what kind of science you want to apply math to. And then in upper division math, you have one required course that's outside of the math department. So not an MAT class. So it would be a biology, a computer science, you know, you name it. And that way you're able to meld your math skills with the science that you want to go into. Again, we get a lot of our math bio majors, people who want to study biology and math together, doing research in that field. We get a lot of people who are chemists who do math. One of the best ones that I recall recently, because I'm a sports fan, a student was working on a project with the football team, and that they were trying to figure out, they would know who their opponent is and who they were, what's the optimal player on the field, which quarterback, which running back, which you name it, against that particular defense. And he was running all kinds of analytics on that. So he applied his math to something else. I see a lot of atmospheric science people who apply their math to learning, when is the next earthquake going to be? How are we going to handle the next hurricane and that sort of thing? So math is applied pretty much to everything in life. If you talk to our esteemed colleague, Dr. Edward Tavernetti, he has a great YouTube video about how math touches everything.
Do you see a lot of your math students in any of your math majors? Are they also doubling with another major on campus, maybe outside of the College of Letters and Science?
You want that one, Sydney?
Yeah, I can do that one. We have quite a few double majors. I think 40% of our majors do double major, typically with computer science, physics, statistics, and econ. So a lot of the majors they double major with happen to be in the College of Letters and Science.
Okay. But if a student wanted to double major in math, but maybe they were in College of Biological Sciences or the College of Ag and Environmental Sciences, that wouldn't be a problem.
No, it's not a problem as long as they adhere by both college requirements.
Right.
And don't have too much overlap, of course, with any major.
Got it. Got it.
As you can imagine, I mean, you think about engineering students and College of Biological Science, they have a pretty rigorous schedule for their 4 years. So a student would need to be flexible in maybe going a 5th year and adhere to the unit cap, as Sydney is referring to, as well as our overlapping classes. But it's definitely possible.
So for students who are coming in as first years, how do they know where to start if they're in one of your math programs? So we've got a question about the placement exams. Do you want to cover maybe what orientation is going to look like, and then also touch on the placement exam and maybe that first quarter, like what putting a good first quarter schedule might look like for these new students?
So the math placement exam is online and you have up to 2 times to take it. Everyone takes it. There's no exceptions. And usually we would want someone to start with calculus, starting out with just trying to get used to the quarter system, not overwhelming themselves. 10 weeks goes by really fast, so we just want you to get your feet wet and really enjoy Davis and get used to the new environment.
Yeah, our first year is really, I can't say easy because UC Davis is not easy, but in terms of math, all we require in the first year is calculus. And of course, you're taking your GEs and you're exploring other majors and other minors and other classes that you might be attracted to. So really the 21 series, which is calculus, is all that you would be taking in your first year. In terms of the math placement exam, I just wanted to add that it is basic algebra and trigonometry. It's 60 questions, 90 minutes. For someone who has had pre-calc and calculus in high school, not a problem. Some people do struggle with it, of course, but it is online, as Sydney said, and it's multiple opportunities to get a good score on the math placement exam.
And so regardless of how maybe a student scores on an AP, they still take the placement exam. Do I have that right, Sydney? You said everyone takes it.
Yes, everyone takes it even if they have AP credit towards calculus.
Okay, good. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that. So let's see, we've got a couple more questions in here. For scientific computation, what's the difference maybe between what lower division and upper division classes might look like? And then maybe when does the student get to go into those upper division really kind of cool, more targeted classes?
I'll start by saying that students go into those classes usually like in their 3rd year. Once they have their foundation for calculus and linear algebra and differential equations, some computer programming skills as well. So your first 2 years are mostly spent doing your preparatory work or your lower division classes, and then your last 2 years are spent doing your upper division work. The biggest difference is that when you are doing your lower division work, it's more like abstract, and then once you get up into your higher level math, you start getting introduced to proofs and a little bit more challenging in math that requires some critical thinking, and it's just a new way of learning. There's still some classes that are pretty abstract, but there's a mixture of like theoretical classes and abstract classes. So you'll start to feel what you really like. You'll go through the real analysis series, probability, more modern algebra at a higher level. So that's pretty much what I have to say about that.
Great.
Yeah, it's actually really nice that all 4 of our majors are almost identical for the preparatory work. Like Sydney says, everyone takes calculus. linear algebra, differential equations. Even for our upper division classes, for the start of the third year, ending of the second year, everybody takes abstract math and real analysis and probability. So that's kind of nice that everybody's in the same boat. And then you start to diverge in your third and fourth year when you decide exactly what you want to study and the courses that you like. Not gonna lie, abstract math is really difficult for some people. It's a rite of passage. I equate it to a whole other language. It is another language, and once you understand it and can speak and dream in that language, you can do any of our classes very successfully. I like to talk about some of our students who go on to law school, and the reason why that they're able to go on to law school with a math degree doesn't quite make sense. But in math, in abstract math, you're learning to argue, you're learning to think critically, as Cindy said, and to analyze everything. And that's what lawyers do. They argue and they analyze. So they're quite successful.
So we do have a question in here about maybe some highlights of the department. And I guess I would turn that around to what sets the math department at UC Davis apart? Is it our amazing faculty? Is it our amazing advising team? Is it the students? Is it the variety of the math majors? What sets the UC Davis math department apart?
I would say our advising center is pretty amazing. We're always there to help students. We never turn a student away. We're really good about answering email, like on the daily. We do reply to email. And our faculty are really amazing in the sense that they also get back to students too. And they come to us if a student needs help, and they're advocates for students as well, which is huge. And we're really involved. We do welcome at the beginning of the year. We also are involved with picnic day and have a booth for students to come check out. We have an undergrad research conference. So I would say that's pretty amazing that math offers that. And also we have a study night every quarter. We always help students register for classes during registration period. And that's just a few of the things I can think of. Tina, if you want to add.
You want to talk about the peers and what they do and the programs they create?
Yeah, so we have really amazing peer advisors that have been with us for a couple years now. And we have 2 new peer advisors that are also be with us hopefully for a couple years. But they have created a newsletter weekly that goes out to students with a bunch of resources on it. They're also available to see students during their hours. They have an email listserv, which they've created for students to reach out to them. And they're always there at department events. In fact, they run study night and work with students hands-on.
They've created a mentorship program for transfer students in particular, but it was looking to be expanded until COVID-19. Right. So that upper division students could mentor lower division students. Our peers are very involved, and they work with the math club intimately. So we have students who want to get together on a weekly basis to talk about math or play games or eat. We eat a lot.
Cool. Thank you for that. So how about study abroad? Do math students study abroad? Can they fit that into their schedules? Do they take their GEs, or do they take math? What does an abroad program look like for a math student?
So I'll take this one. We've had several people study abroad. I can't say we have a ton of students who study abroad, but the opportunity is definitely there. There's 2 programs in particular that I can think of, and one of them is study summer abroad in Budapest. It's specifically for math, and they offer quite a few math courses, upper division math courses. Another one is in Dublin, of all places, and they offer several upper division math courses in conjunction with GEs. Is it possible to study abroad? Absolutely. I encourage students to study abroad, whether it's with math or your GEs or just because. I mean, when else would you have an opportunity in your lifetime to spend time abroad for 3 months or more?
Right.
So I highly recommend it. And because we have such an amazing advising staff, we can fit it into an academic plan pretty easily.
Great, good. So we talked a little bit about the big data. We have a question about the data science focus and stats. And I know that's not the math major, but do you see any combinations of stats and the MAOR or the emphasis major? Do you see a combination for students who are really wanting to really dig into big data, data analytics?
Yeah, I would say if we were to analyze our double majors, the majority of them would be with stats or econ. And we work very closely with the stats department in advising as well as in holding colloquiums and seminars and that sort of thing. In terms of big data, certainly our analytics and operations research would be the most fitting for big data. I do not know all the ins and outs, but UC Davis is creating a new data science major that is cross-college, cross-department, that will involve stats, math, computer science, and the like. I don't know the details of it, but math is definitely involved in big data.
What clubs? Did we talk about this already? Do you guys have math clubs?
I mentioned it.
Okay. How do students build community in math or across the majors? I know you talked a little bit about the study nights and things like that. Are there formal student organizations that students can get involved in to, test their knowledge with each other, or to, get their hands on math outside of the classroom?
Yeah, the math club meets weekly and everyone's invited. So if you attend there, that's a really great start to get connected with folks. And faculty also attend and speak at those often as well. And I would say in the newsletter is where all of the opportunities are. We like to keep it very public to students so that they don't miss out on that. But when we have events, that's the the best place to meet other math students. And then in your upper division classes, you'll meet a ton of math students as well. But I would say those are the biggest things. And also we have an undergraduate lounge in the 3rd floor of the math building. And a lot of students just hang out in there and study together. And that's where I've heard that a lot of undergrads meet each other as well.
That's awesome. Lounges and food are key, I think. Yeah. So one last question, because we're just about out of time. Do you know the stats for how many women are in the math majors? What percentage?
So we just had Cindy bring up these stats actually for our CAO, and I'm drawing a blank on women. I believe it is 60-40 at this point, 60 male, 40% female.
Okay.
I don't know if Cindy, you can bring it up. We have really great stats.
Yeah, we do. Let me see.
I'm sure everybody wants to know our website, math.ucdavis.edu. One thing I encourage students to do is look at the faculty profiles, because they are fascinating. Our faculty members do some amazing things with math, and just out of curiosity, check them out.
And Tina, are there ways for students who still have questions? Are there ways for them to follow up with you all directly? Are there links through your website? Is there an undergrad advising email address or phone number that students can find on your site?
Yes, our email is studentservices@math.ucdavis.edu. And both Sydney and I and our student assistants can answer that email.
Perfect.
And yes, we do provide guide on Schedule Builder. For first year students, we leave it up to the College of Letters and Science, but we are also available to help with Schedule Builder.
Yes.
Perfect. All right.
Do you want me to answer the last question or no?
Can you please share a story? I'm not really sure what the question is about. Do you have any fun things to share about a faculty member really quickly so we can?
I have a long list. I can't do it. Gosh. So one faculty member was traveling to Washington, D.C., and someone needed to verify why he would be there. And he says, you know, it's for research. And the person says, okay, what kind of research? And, you know, he said, well, you know, it's for the FBI, so I really can't tell you anymore. So math people do all kinds of things. Math is really fascinating. And as I said, it really touches everything.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Wait, let me turn myself back on so I can see you and give you the clap. Thank you.
Mark.
Sydney.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you so
Congratulations,
much.
everybody.
Thank you guys. See you when you get here.
All right. Bye, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to flip it over to our stats advising team. There they are.
Oh,
excellent. You guys are here. Thanks for being here. All right. So these are our representatives from the statistics department. So if you have questions for the statistics folks here, feel free to use the Q&A feature down there at the bottom. But to start, I'm going to turn myself off so I don't get in the way. Kim, do you want to just introduce yourself and maybe the other folks you have with you, maybe just, and then for the rest of you, maybe say just who you are, what you do, and you know, one or two things you love about UC Davis and the stats department.
well, my name is Kim McMullen. I'm the undergraduate staff advisor in the Department of Statistics. So I help students with any advising questions that they have. I help them with academic planning. I also do a lot of the events the department has for students. That's kind of the main function of my role, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have. With me today, I have Professor DeBosch's Paul, who's a faculty member in our department, and one of our current student staff, Jacob, who is a second-year statistics and economics double major. Do you all want to introduce yourselves more?
Yeah, go ahead. DeBosch's, you can go. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Jacob, do you just want to start?
Okay, yeah. I am Jacob. I am a peer advisor with the stats department, as Kim said, double major, only a sophomore, so I still got more than half my time at UC Davis left, which is kind of lucky now, considering, you know, graduating this corner is a little different, you know, to say the least. Let's see, I really, I like the diversity of topics in the statistics department and all the options for the majors. It's very, it can be a very, very different major depending on where you go with it. And I think it's a really flexible and fluid program. Their statistics is one of the fastest growing fields of anything, you know, at universities today, and they're adapting very quickly, adding machine learning tracks, apparently a data science major coming soon, and stuff. So they're doing a really good job keeping up and making it as relevant as it should be.
And Debashis, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Debashis Paul. Yeah, so I'm Debashis Paul. I've been here from 2005. Here means not physically in campus at this point, as you know. So anyway, so the point is, so I have been the undergraduate advisor, what we call master advisor, for last 4 years, and have had a very good kind of few years in terms of our program has been growing, and we have created new tracks in the program. We have had a lot of student success, that's what matters, and people like Kim especially have done a wonderful job. I mean, I should say extraordinary job in terms of keeping up with everything. And my primary responsibility is to become an editor when it comes down to your questions related to whatever changes you want to do with your program, I mean, your academic plan, etc. And also, if you need any kind of career, we also have a team of other faculty members, an undergraduate advising committee, which looks into the various issues associated with the undergraduate program, and you, of course, meet some as and when you come in. And anyway, so I think we better let you ask questions. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So we got some questions rolling in. I just want to remind everybody that if you do have questions for our stats folks here, to submit them through the Q&A. So to start, the data science major was mentioned. We do not have a data science major yet, but I know in statistics, there is an emphasis in data science. Is that correct, Kim?
Yes, that is correct. We have our Bachelor of Science in Statistics has 5 different tracks, and one of them is the Statistical Data Science track. And we have another new one that's beginning in fall, that's a Machine Learning track.
Wow. Do you want to talk maybe a little bit briefly about the other 3 tracks?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
perfect.
what Jacob talked about earlier is that this major has a lot of flexibility, and that is in part because of our many different options. So we have an applied statistics track that allows you to take some core statistics courses, but kind of have emphasis in another field. Like a lot of our students are interested in economics, psychology, the biological sciences. So our applied track is a really great way to get exposure to statistics and how it's applied to a more specialized field. Our general track is our more math focused track. It allows students to take more core theoretical math classes in addition to the core stats classes. We have a computational track that combines computer science and statistics, and our data science track that combines more specialized data science courses with some of the core statistics classes that are the same throughout each track. And then the machine learning track, which includes a more focus on a few new machine learning related stats classes.
So if a student applied to statistics, when do they choose their emphasis area? How does that work?
So and the preparatory courses for each track are very similar. So usually the classes you take in your first 2 years are almost exactly the same. So usually it's more in your junior year where you start taking the more specialized courses that get a little bit more different.
Great. Perfect. So we do have a question from Jacqueline, who wonders whether or not double majoring in psychology and statistics could be a possibility. She really likes statistics. She likes doing research, but she's planning on majoring in psychology. Do you see much of that? Do you see much of that kind of combination?
Definitely. About 40% of statistics majors are double majors in something else. So it's a very popular thing to do. Psychology and statistics really go great together, either as a double major or a minor. There's even an emphasis within the psychology major that's called quantitative psychology, and you take certain higher level stats classes as part of that major as well. So statistics is very helpful for as a psychology major, just to get a stronger foundation, but it's also really easy to plan because our applied statistics track is very flexible. So fitting it into your course schedule along with another major is usually pretty easy to do, especially if the other major is a lower unit major like psychology or econ or something like that.
Got it.
If I would just add to that for a second, just that I also want to do research in economics, but similar in that the data science skills and, kind of programming skills are important. And honestly, if I had to choose one to keep to do what I want to do, I would probably just keep the stats major, and drop econ if I wanted to do economics research. And I assume the same, I would probably say the same for psych and other similar subjects, that like if you want to get involved in research, knowing the statistics is actually just as valuable as knowing the actual subject matter of the research you want to do. It's very, very valuable to have under your belt, and professors and people who hire will see that and their eyes will like light up. So it's really something you'll want to be involved in. If no matter whether you double major in psych or not, you're going to want some statistics under your belt for sure.
So we did have a question about changing majors. Debashis, it looks like maybe you answered that question. Do you want to tackle that one live too?
I
just
think
let other people on the line know.
So indeed, I mean, it is fairly common for students to change major into statistics. Last few years, we have seen that many students, I think probably about 70% or more of our students, actually, they don't come in as stat major as freshmen, but they change mostly in their second year, I think. So that's quite common. And a lot of the students actually, they started out as a one major, and they, especially with our applied statistics track, that has been a very attractive proposition for a lot of students. To then they start taking some stat courses because they are considered very important, as you can see nowadays. And then they decide maybe, okay, after taking a few courses, okay, maybe I want to be a major. So it is quite common that by end of their, I think, second year or maybe in the beginning of third year, they decide, okay, I want to do a second major. Or sometimes we have seen like a switch into the stat major, which is less common perhaps, but yeah.
Great. And then we do have a question about the unit load. Is it similar for all tracks? Maybe different for the AB versus the BS. Kim, do you want to just talk about what the unit load looks like to earn the stats degree?
Yeah, most of our tracks have a similar number of units, around 79 units total. We have a Bachelor of Arts in Statistics that's a little bit lower, but it's a relatively low number of units for a STEM major on campus. And so that's, I think, part of why we see so many students want to double major in statistics, because not only is it really helpful to supplement like any other field that they're interested in, but also it's fairly easy to plan out.
Awesome. That sounds great. And that's probably why we see a lot of double majors, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I'll just like to add is that some of the preparatory courses for STAT are also quite common with the math majors, for example, or computer science majors. So that's why I think it is relatively easy for people having a basic training in math or computer science to then decide and then switch to STAT. So that is something that actually helps. So.
Right. So earlier today, we talked with a faculty member in science and technology studies, and he did mention that data science and informatics is covered in that program. But as we know, or as I know, and he knew, and now the people who sat in on that session know, is that STS is very interdisciplinary, and so students take statistics and they take math, but they're taking sociology and other social science and humanities courses. What is the overlap with STS, Science and Technology Studies, and statistics in terms of data science, informatics, things like that?
At this point, there isn't a lot of overlap, to be honest. I mean, we know that some of our students actually take data STS courses. There is actually one course which is currently titled something different, but it's really about ethics of data science. And that is, I think, something many of the students who really want to consider themselves data scientists should take. And I think, I mean, we have been kind of talking to people generally and people coming with a desire to do data science, that these are the kind of courses that are beyond like technical training. These are also very important. I mean, that's, for example, in our data science track, we don't have such courses. And computer science has a course on their on ethics, I mean, related to the computing and data science, but not, maybe that also is a little bit technical. So I think so. Apart from that, at this point, there isn't a lot of overlap, but again, the main point is that, I mean, our training on data science focuses on various technical aspects and maybe so on the sociological or economic or other kind of very relevant aspects of this whole training. But so, yeah, I think there is some scope that there could be kind of people can get a more well-rounded training by taking some courses in statistics with emphasis in data science and some courses in STS. I would put it that way.
Great. Perfect. Jacob, do you want to answer that question that came in specifically for you? Do you want to maybe paraphrase it and then let us know what you think?
Yeah, so the question was just how manageable do I find a double major in econ and stats? And if there's still like time to have a life outside of it, and or what incoming freshmen should keep in mind if they're considering double majoring. I find it extremely manageable, actually. This is something you wouldn't be super apparent to someone who isn't familiar with Davis's like structure of those majors, but they're actually both somewhat low unit. I think if you combine my two majors, it's still less than doing a mechanical engineering degree. Like, you know, if you combine both of them, it's probably less units than one engineering degree. So it's actually not that bad, but there's also the caveat that I planned very well. One of my teachers, my senior year of high school, forced us to get on whatever software we used to create schedules at our schools once we were all declared, and made us make schedules because he was in college for 7 years. And said he did not want us to make the same mistakes of taking just a bunch of random stuff and then realizing you were several years away from your degree as a senior, like he was. So I learned Schedule Builder before orientation, and I got very good at understanding kind of how to structure schedules, which is a little not true for everyone, but it's something you can choose to do. I've had friends who are second years like me and just recently started to figure out like the path of their major, even though they've been in it for a while. They weren't really aware of what they would take quarter to quarter. I've had it planned out, and I can take pretty low. I can take under the average units, which is like 15 technically. I've taken under that most quarters, and I am well along the way on both majors. So it's really about planning as a freshman, coming in and just going to both departments if you're double majoring right away and having them start to plan what it would look like, your future, is probably the most important thing, because it's something that is not actually that bad. But if you wait until your second or third year and you're just kind of waffling about, you know, making plans and being concrete about it, then it starts to load up in your last few quarters. But a double major, especially at a quarter system like Davis, is very, very like surprisingly manageable, actually.
Okay. So I have a follow-up, Jacob. So don't mute yourself just
yeah.
yet.
Go for it.
So what other stuff are you involved in? Like what other stuff are you able to fill your time with?
So yeah, I mean, obviously I have a job in the stats department, which is nice because I know all the professors usually before I take their class. I am in a business club called EBSA, Economics and Business Student Association, and I am on the board of the club, which is a few of us. I plan all the social events, and that club has about over 100 people every quarter. And let's see, what else? Oh, and I'm going to start working for the ASUCD vice president very soon, just a little bit on the side. And I also do research with an economics professor through a seminar. So I'm involved in a bunch of stuff, and I actually might even join more stuff I was going to look at it this spring, but now next fall, I was probably going to get involved in more. So I do a bunch of things, and I'm involved in a bunch of different parts of campus. And I know I've probably met just hundreds of people since I've come to Davis over the last 2 years. So I've had a really fun time here, and I've gotten involved in a lot. So you can do the double major and make it not so hard on yourself and enjoy everything Davis has to offer at the same time, for sure.
Awesome. That's great. Perfect. Thanks for that. So let's see, there's a question in here. It looks like a couple people had about AP stats. Is it important to take AP stats in high school or not?
I think so. AP Stat would definitely give a pretty good idea about what are different type of topics that are covered in statistics. What are the fundamental principles, for example, of probabilistic reasoning, of somehow how to summarize data. What are the main components of that? And these are something that I think would be quite helpful to kind of develop a basic understanding of the field. Of course, I mean, at that level, it is not quite possible to go into the kind of technicalities that one would encounter at an upper division course. But the AP Statistics course, I think, is a pretty decent kind of glimpse into what statistics as a field of study may look like. And indeed, from our side, we do recognize that in terms of people getting an AP stat course at the high school level, then they can essentially, that is recognized in terms of some unit sort of constraints at the level of when they take an introductory course in stat after they come to the college. So I think in that way, what it means is that having an AP stat course means that you kind of get a pretty good idea at an introductory level about what statistics is about. It probably does not do enough technical kind of skills, but that's something that for which you are here for at an university. So I think that would be my way.
If I can just also add to that, because I took AP Stats in high school, I will say that it is, yes, a little less technical. And obviously I can only speak for my own high school because a stats course at the high school level is going to vary more than, you know, an intro stats course here or at a different UC. It's going to be more different depending on who the teacher is, but you get a whole year of introductory statistics compared to 10 weeks at Davis when you take that, and it covers the same things. So I would say that the understanding is just more in depth of the same topics. They don't have to go over things as fast. And I found myself, I actually took AP Stats and it counted as introductory statistics. And I went straight into the upper division classes of stats without any intro stats course at Davis, which is not something that's recommended by the department. And, you know, that could totally be just me anecdotally working out. But I found my understanding of like topics, you know, just kind of knowing the correct definition of a p-value, because so many people who are professionals don't know it. You know, they misinterpret that, and confidence intervals, they get those things wrong. People who do this in the industry. So I understood it. And I think sometimes that stuff can get overlooked, just the understanding and less the technicality in a 10-week intro course. And so you get a whole year of AP. And so I think it has some unique value that you won't get at any college just because they go so much slower over the true fundamentals of stats. So I think it's really, really useful.
Perfect. Kim, do you want to take those two questions that we have in there about number of students, but also should we cover the Carnegie rule when it comes to number of hours and the like for homework and whatnot?
Yeah, I can definitely cover that.
Perfect.
So we first had a question about how many undergraduate students we have in our department. We have around 600, which is a kind of a medium size for the campus. It's not too big, not too small. It's pretty medium size. And we had another question about, is there a lot of homework in statistics courses? One thing that Mark mentioned is in our classes, we have what's called the Carnegie rule, so that for every hour that you're in class, you're expected to spend 2 to 3 hours outside of class on your own study time, homework, and things like that. And in our department, we love homework. Homework is really helpful to help train you and use those skills. And a lot of classes, we also have larger projects where you're using real data to solve a problem. So it's really great practical experience because we feel that homework is really fundamental to your learning.
I would just add to that saying that, you know, I mean, this is one of the things we should, I mean, at a university level that we try to emphasize is that any course you take is a kind of a building block for the next course, right? So the time you spend and the time, I mean, in terms of doing homework problems and going through all the questions and discussions in class, that just makes it a lot easier to do well in the next class, right? So that's why I think that to see it as not as a one-off experience in terms of I take this course and I learn this material and maybe I don't need to think about it. It is not like that. And that's much of statistics has a kind of a mathematical foundation and also a kind of computing foundation. Both of them are important. Both of them are kind of building on things you know, building on the skills you have developed. And so that way, I think these homework assignments are extremely helpful in terms of sort of providing that structure.
Jacob, do you want to talk about your homework experience really quick? If you feel like
yes, yeah. So honestly, yeah, my stats classes have generally heavier homework loads. Like I've come to expect that with the couple upper divisions I've taken so far. There's a lot, and I think the main thing is so how lectures and it's necessary though. It is really integral to the class because how statistics classes, at least the couple 106 and 108 are kind of what I'm referring to because they sort of branch out after that. Is that in class is the theory and like the by hand math, and then the homework is where you use R usually or some other software and use real data and apply what you're learning theoretically and then apply it to actual data and do the calculations with a computer. Because you can do the theory by hand, but you can't calculate 1,000 residuals by hand. No one would ever do that. So you learn the equation in class and then you do it over a computer. So they kind of go hand in hand. As Debash has said, there's a mathematical part and a computational part that are both really important. So yeah, there's a decent amount of homework, but it's almost as important as like the lectures and what's on the midterms that's done by hand, or if more important. And I found professors are very, very helpful in office hours and stuff. If you're a little behind, like I was on how to use a programming language, I did not know any R this last fall when I took one of the stats classes, and my professor worked with me every week to do the code necessary. So, and that's probably as valuable as anything I learned in lecture. So yeah, there's a decent amount, but it's kind of what makes the classes as valuable as they are. So.
Yeah, and what you're doing in your homework is directly applying to, like, if you're applying for internships or research positions. So you're learning very practical skills with the homework. We have another question about introductory statistics courses, especially if you took an equivalent intro stats class at a community college a long time ago, or even in high school if you took AP stats a while ago and you have credit for an introductory stats course, if it's going to actually prepare you for upper division statistics courses. And of course, it depends on the person, I would say, but we do have some great introductory statistics courses that we offer at UC Davis. One that is not offered at any community college or it's not equivalent to AP, it's our Stats 32. It's called Gateway to Data Science, and that's a course we recommend for all first-year students to take so they're better prepared for higher level stats courses. It'll be a little bit of a review if you have taken AP statistics or an intro stats class at a community college, but then it'll go over some of the computing components that are really important for taking higher level statistics classes. So when you make your first year schedule, you'll most likely include an introductory statistics class, whether you have credit for one or not, because Stats 32 or Gateway to Statistical Data Science is a really helpful class and prepares you better for higher level courses.
So there are a few last questions in here. Jacob, you already talked a little bit about how much free time you have. Do you want to just maybe cover that really quickly, and then maybe talk about your experience in class, like class size, and then that last 1 minute or so we have?
Yeah, I can try to just go over, try to group a few of them together. I have a decent amount of free time. Again, when you plan well, you do not have to take a lot of courses every quarter. I I only take 3 classes a quarter. And then sometimes I have this research seminar that gets me over the units limit, and I'm on track to graduate just fine with a double major. So it's really about planning. Even the quarters I've taken a little more, it's really not, it's not so restricting. I think you'll be surprised that it doesn't take over your life, but I do tend to go to a lot of office hours and stuff. So I probably even put in slightly more hours than the average student. And I don't think it's that restrictive. The class sizes are honestly not, except for intro stats, like stats 13 and 32. Once you get to the operatives, which is pretty much all of them, it's like never more than 100. And then it really starts to narrow down to like 50 and less at the more technical end of the major. So mine have been like 60 or 70 people, but those are actually the bigger ones, and it'll get smaller. Someone asked if they could switch the stats. You can after a quarter when you get a GPA. Once you get a GPA, if I'm correct on that, Kim, like you have to take one quarter, but then you could switch after one quarter when you get grades. In the winter, you could switch. And stats is not a hard major to switch into compared to some others like computer science. So yeah, I don't know how many I just covered, but if there's anything else.
You covered a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Kim, do you want to give the website, how to contact you guys if anybody has any last questions?
Yeah, our website is statistics.ucdavis.edu. Professor Paul and I both have our emails on the website. My email is stat-advising@ucdavis.edu. You can contact us anytime if you have any additional questions. And there's also a lot of really great information on our website as well.
Perfect. You guys did great.
Yeah,
thank you, Statistics.
Thank you, and congratulations on being admitted.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Bye.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Bye. All right. So let's switch over now to our last session here. We're going to turn it over to our advising team for Cinema and Digital Media and Art Studio. Right?
Yes.
Hi, Pamela.
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to see you. So for the folks who are joining us for this session, make sure that you click the Q&A feature down in the bottom to submit your questions. Go ahead, you can do that at any time. We'll address them. But I'm going to turn it over to Pam so she can introduce herself. And also, it looks like you've got a peer advisor. Is that right?
Yes, Lane
Perfect.
has joined us today.
Okay, so I'm going to turn myself off. And I'll be looking for the questions, but why don't you guys take a second to introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, maybe what you do, 1 or 2 things you love about UC Davis and the departments you're representing today.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Pamela Pertell, and I'm the lead advisor for Cinema and Digital Media and Art Studio. And fun fact about me is I'm a UC Davis alumni. And as the advisor, I just help you all create your academic plans and really plan your journey here at Davis and help facilitate that as best as we can, as well as providing information on resources in the department and outside of it. And so I work with Lane, who's here today as well. And Lane is our peer advisor for Art Studio. Lane, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself as well and let them know what year you're currently in?
Okay. Hi, I'm Lane. I am a second year right now, and I'm a double major with Art Studio and Design, and I'm your student peer advisor. So basically, I kind of just help Pam and the advising team out in the advising center when students come in and have some simple questions they just need answered. If I can also help with schedule building and things of that nature. And my job is also to put together events and also be here to support for events like this, just to support the art studio major. And so if you have any simple questions, you can definitely send them my way.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
Go ahead, Pam.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Mark. That's okay, Mark. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so I know you're representing two majors here tonight. So do you want to just give us a brief overview of what cinema and digital media is all about and Art Studio is about, and maybe some of the things that maybe sets them apart or make them unique?
Yeah, sure. We can start with cinema and digital media. So cinema and digital media is actually a very interesting major. It came about from two different majors that we had, one that was more hands-on, technocultural studies, and one that was more analytical in nature, film studies. And so within cinema and digital media, we combine kind of that study-based as well as that production-based area. And there's different areas of production within cinema and digital media. Sometimes there's kind of the misconception that CDM as a major is only about film. While there is a film analysis component and a film production component, we also have other areas such as sound production, animation, and video games within this major. So it's a pretty flexible major. It's one of the smaller arts majors that we have, about 61, 62 units, depending on your course selection. So it's a nice major that a lot of students pair up with different majors that they may be interested in, depending on, you know, what your actual interests are with this major. We have a lot of students coming in interested in film production, and so they tend to focus on those courses, but we also have a variety of courses kind of coming out of our video games area. And so it's a kind of a newer up and coming major that students tend to enjoy, and the classes are fairly small, especially at the upper division level. They tend to be maybe, you know, 30 to 50 students. So there's a lot of interaction between faculty and students, giving you the opportunity to really hone in on skills or projects that may be of interest to you. And so that's really CDM. Art Studio is really focused on the studio arts. And so that major specifically has a couple of areas that we focus on in terms of mediums. So we have drawing and printmaking, as well as painting. We have ceramic sculpture and sculpture, as well as video and photography. If you're looking for kind of a digital art niche, you won't necessarily find that in the Art Studio major. But sometimes we have students that are interested in looking at animation or looking at the digital art. And so they'll go and branch into other courses like design or cinema and digital media to build up those skills and integrate both of their interests. And I'll let Lane tell you a little bit more about what it's like in her experience in these courses, because the Art Studio major is a smaller studio-focused major, so it is very hands-on. Go ahead, Lane.
Yeah, so the cool thing about Art Studio at UC Davis is that there's like no correct or specific way to go about it. You can really dip into a lot of different mediums if you're not just completely set on doing one thing. So in the beginning of the major, you're going to have to take 4 lower division classes, and those would be the beginning courses. There's painting, drawing, printmaking, sculpture, and photography. Pam, is that's all of it, right?
Maybe missing video?
Oh, video, right. So yeah, so Art Studio is very project based. You're not really gonna have a lot of tests, definitely hands-on, like Pam said. And it's a really cool experience because there are a lot of like really large projects. So you do get to reap the benefits of like the work that you produce in class. So yeah, and then there's also a lot of resources as well, such as like our print lab, our photography lab, and things like that that you have access to outside of class hours, and you actually do end up spending a lot of time in the building outside of class working on your projects. So there's like a real sense of community between you and your classmates and your TAs and your teachers with all the time that you spend together.
Mm-hmm. And students in art also have access to the facilities. So the majority of the classes are housed in the art building. So you'll see students all hours of the day really working on their art. And that's really where that sense of community also comes in.
Awesome. So a question we have is about double majoring. Do you see double major combinations with cinema, digital media, or Art Studio? And what are some of those typical combinations? Computer science was mentioned here specifically, but I'm wondering what are some typical combinations you might see?
Yeah, so sometimes we do have some computer science double majors. Sometimes we manage to steal a couple of computer science double majors that are more interested in video games or that kind of thing. We do have students that combine. With cinema and digital media, it really just depends on what you're most interested in. So sometimes students, they may feel the pressure to do something that they feel is more marketable. So they might combine with a major like managerial economics, but a lot of them that are really trying to tailor it based on their future professional needs may look at communications. That's a really common one that students feel is marketable later on as well, and that helps them in being able to communicate about their work. With art studio, it really also depends on the student. We see a lot of double majors between CDM, art studio, and then CDM and design, or art studio and design. So a lot of times students will kind of branch into design as another in-between because they're able to build skills in that major, as well as go straight into the workforce if that's what they wanted to do with a graphic design focus. A lot of students in CDM and art tend to, when they're interested in digital arts, they tend to want to gain those graphic design skills. So they'll take some of those courses to gain experience in the other programs that are not available through CDM. And Lane is actually a double major as well in art studio and CDM.
Do you want to, Lane?
Art studio and design, sorry.
Oh, sorry, art studio and design.
Lane, do you want to talk about what that looks like for you? Like, how did that come about? And, you know, do you have time to do anything else? I mean, you're a peer advisor, so you work. But if you're a double major, what kind of room does that leave you to do to get outside of the classroom and pursue other opportunities?
So I started as just an art studio major, and I think around winter quarter of my first year, I was talking to Pam and we decided that I should probably add design as a double major because I wasn't completely sure about what I wanted to do, and I did have some interest in doing some freelance and commercial work, which is where my desire to do design came in. So I am doing both of those, and so what I got out with starting in winter quarter, I started the design major late, but I'm still on track to graduate on time. I think it's definitely a doable combination. As long as you space out your studios enough to where you don't have too many studios in one quarter, you should be fine. And it's not too terrible with the workload if you plan it right, because there are classes that you need for both majors that are not studios, such as critical theory for art studio, or like intro to aesthetics and experiences with design. Like those are courses that are not going to be as labor intensive, but you'll still be making timely degree progress. So I think it's definitely doable.
Awesome. What are some of the things that students typically do after they graduate? Like, career-wise, do they go to grad school? What are some of the outcomes that you're seeing with alumni in these programs?
Yeah, so in both of the programs, it's going to depend on the individual interests of the student. We do see a number of students going into graduate school. Some of them, for example, in CDM that are more interested in film production, they may want to go into a program that's more focused on animation or directing at a graduate level, so they can continue to hone and build those skills and relationships. Some people go straight into industry and start out at different positions depending on, you know, what their skill set is, if it was film production, if it wasn't. We've had some students that are more interested like on the marketing end, and so they'll go and explore those types of positions. For art, we see a number of students going into graduate level programs. The MFAs, that's a very common thing that they're looking at. There's a number of students that are interested in teaching at the community college level where they will need an MFA. Some students are interested in looking at teaching credentials for, you know, K through 12, and so they may explore a program where they're able to get those teaching credentials. And some of them may just take a break before they make that decision.
Sure. I've actually heard that a lot over the last couple of days when I asked that question about where students go. So we do have a question about notable alumni, but you know, CDM I know is a fairly new major. Do we know if any alumni have gone on to do big things yet?
So we have some information from actually film studies alumni, which was before CDM became a thing. And some of those students have actually gone into different industries. And it's been kind of nice because since CDM's kind of come about and started to gain more traction and visibility, those same alumni from those programs have reached out and tried to advertise, you know, their internships or really help students get connected back to industry in Southern California or sometimes in the Bay Area.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. So let's see. I heard this at the very beginning, and I think it may have come up, but can we talk a little bit more about the video gaming aspect? I think it's part of the CDM curriculum. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Let me actually, hold on. I want to get these words just right because I tend to forget what the different areas of the video games are. It's a little bit more technical than I would think. So in the video game section, we actually have some analog game design, which are more, it really teaches you about games from a board game perspective, but that also can apply in a digital format. And so that's one section of the games that we have now that the faculty are teaching. We also have them teaching digital game development courses, and there's more of a computer science focus in some of those digital game development courses as well as in the game programming. And so we have about 4 video game based faculty currently in the CDM department that are really working on continuing to develop games courses for those students that are very interested in really developing those skills.
Perfect. How about animation? Are there specific animation courses as part of either the curriculums, or is that possibly in design? I don't know.
Yeah, so animation is kind of like one of those tough things that it doesn't quite have just one home. So there are some skills that students might be wanting to learn, for example, program After Effects, and they may take some design courses to get that experience. For CDM, there are 2 kind of animation-based courses, and so that's fundamentals of 3D computer graphics and character animation. And those courses specifically focus on using Maya, the program Maya. I've heard from some students, you know, that are really interested with working with Marvel in the future, that there's different programs that Marvel may use or different industries use currently, like ZBrush. We don't necessarily teach those courses currently at UC Davis, but I do believe students have access through LinkedIn Learning or Lynda to gain access to ZBrush tutorials if that's something that they wanted to do. In art, there's also a video animation course, and that one is not focused on that computer aspect with Maya. It's very much like the old school animation with the drawing and animating all of that, or stop motion.
Cool. Do you have to be a good artist to take classes in either the video game design, or other design-based focuses?
You don't have to be an artist to take those courses, although we have had some students like crossover from art that did have that drawing experience, and I think that just makes for like a richer visual aspect of the game. If you wanted to kind of like hone in on those drawing skills, you could take some of our drawing courses in art, and that could be helpful, but no, you don't need to. Some of the faculty in the games area have actually split it up, where they have some students working more on the visual aspect and some students working more on the programming aspect.
I see. Lane, for Art Studio, for students who are coming into Art Studio, is there a portfolio that's required, or what does that look like for students who want to join that group?
Okay, to be honest, Pam, I'm gonna have to ask you. I can't remember if I submitted a portfolio or not.
It was so long ago for Lane that it's just gone.
Yeah,
Yeah, for art, you don't have to do a portfolio. We actually will admit anyone, even if you haven't taken, your basic art courses, that's fine. The way the major is developed is that you will start to begin those skills in the beginning level courses, and then they'll just keep increasing at the intermediate and advanced level. So you can come into art having no experience even in drawing, and the idea is that you will come out with it.
And then when you're done, do you have I'm using air quotes, or maybe I shouldn't use air quotes. Will you have a portfolio? Will you have a work of your own pieces, or a collection of your own pieces that you can use, whether it's for grad school application or for employment?
I can answer this one. Yeah, so as Pam was saying, like your skills will develop gradually as you get through beginning, intermediate, and advanced. So the classes at the end of your journey are going to be the ones that are going to give you probably the most product that you would want to include in your portfolio, because the beginning courses are a lot of assignments that are very teaching based and very like you don't very like possibly obvious that it was like an assignment, but it's also up to your personal work ethic, because every time you take a studio class, you're given a lot of resources and materials. So you may have an assignment, but you could also be using the same resources and facilities to work on your own outside work, which is what I really enjoyed about the major. So definitely you will walk out with a portfolio that was a lot stronger than when you came in, but like the strength of it will depend on how much you put into it.
And I guess a follow-up to that, Olivia asks, how much hands-on production experience do you get? And so for Art Studio, but also for CDM, how much hands-on are you actually getting?
For Art Studio, it's basically 100% hands-on. Maybe 90% or 80% for some of the classes that are beginning, that involve a lot of learning with new materials such as printmaking. You're learning to use the print lab, or sculpture, learning to use the wood shop. But once you get past those like beginning markers, you're going to be doing a ton of stuff hands-on for Art Studio.
Great.
Yeah. And for CDM, it's really going to depend on kind of how you want to build it. So the way the major works in CDM is there's this basic production requirement at the lower division and upper division level, which looks like 2 courses at the lower div and 2 courses at the upper div. But then we have electives that you're able to take and kind of choose from either the studies-based category or the hands-on category. So you can build it up as much as you want, and you can continue to take classes beyond the minimum requirement. So if you met the minimum requirement for the major and you wanted to keep going in those hands-on production courses, you can do that.
And then for the cinema program, the CDM program, what career options are there for students who graduate in that major?
You mean more like a film production based area?
So the question specifically is, what are the career options for an emphasis on cinema analysis?
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I think a lot of those students that are interested more on the studies or analysis piece tend to go to the graduate level. And I think a lot of them are actually looking at potentially teaching.
Okay, perfect. We do have another question about animation and video game. Well, the question specifically is, what classes do students have to take if they're interested in animation or video game? I'm not sure if you have that list in front of you, or if it's better to just give them your website or what.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely, students can look at our major checklists, which are on our websites. The easiest way to access them is by going to arts.ucdavis.edu and then selecting the program. But for animation, the 2 courses we offer in Cinema and Digital Media are Fundamentals of Computer Graphics, which is CDM 130 and CDM 131, which is character animation. So those would be like your 2 essential courses if you're looking at that computer animation side. For students interested in video games, they tend to take at the lower division level CDM 72, which is Introduction to Games, and then all of the 170s in CDM are actually our game-based courses. So we tend to advertise those every quarter.
Great. Are there any honors theses or capstone projects, final projects that students do? Is it an option for students, or is it required for either of the 2 majors?
It's not required. It is an option if students want to do their independent projects. We offer them as a $199 course, and so students in art and CDM are welcome to do that if they'd like. And that allows them to work on a project of their choosing, sometimes with really good direct faculty support, and sometimes with a lot of flexibility for them to go off and do what they want to do. There is an honors project option for both of the majors that is also optional, and so that's when you meet a certain GPA and you have a faculty sponsor, you can earn honors or high honors for the projects that you complete.
Great. We don't have any other questions in the box, but one question I've gotten a lot over the last couple of days is, what are some ways that students in your majors can build community? Do you have student clubs or organizations that are affiliated with the majors? Are there, you know, for lack of a better word, not performance, but ways that students can, you know, display their whether it's their art or, you know, something that they might produce?
We have the Basement Gallery, which is a student-run gallery, and there are different events there held all the time. So the way that works is people can use the space as a gallery with whatever idea they have behind it and just get it checked, and then they can have it all set up. And there are winter awards every year. And then we recently had a couple shows this year. For example, one of them was about the environment, and then one of them was about how has the institution failed you. So it's very community-based, and it's really about the art students being able to voice their opinions in more of a free setting than the classroom. And people will even like have big functions with DJs and music and installation art. It's a really cool way to get to know your fellow art majors.
Yeah, the Basement Gallery is really a great space for students in art. In CDM, currently we don't have just one location that houses all of our courses. They're actually working on still doing an addition to a building on campus where we will have our permanent home. But for now, one of the ways that CDM majors really build community is through the student organizations. So there's a variety of them right now. Actually, there's some focused on video games, some focused more on, you know, viewing films, and some focused on actually creating films. And the students in the film community, they actually do find ways to showcase their work. So the Davis Film Festival is actually organized by students on campus, and they'll showcase their work at the local theater. And so that's just a really nice way for them to be able to see their work on the big screen. And a lot of students are involved in different organizations like this, as well as, you know, even Aggie Studios, which is affiliated with ASUCD. And so internships are really common in CDM. If students find a space on campus or even off campus where they're able to utilize their skills that they've learned in the program, we connect them with a faculty sponsor. They connect with a faculty sponsor to gain academic credit for their work.
Excellent. We had a question about class size. What is the typical class size in both majors? Maybe lower division, upper division, studio. What does that look like?
Yeah, the studio sizes are fairly small. Usually they're 20 to 24 students. Do you want to say more about that, Lane?
Oh, that was about what I was going to say, yeah, for the studio classes, but then there are some lecture classes that are required within the art major as well that can get up to a little under 100 if it's a course of that nature. But studios, yeah, are around 25 or less.
Yeah, It tends to be that the hands-on courses in both majors are fairly small, and the studies-based courses tend to be larger. So in CDM, some courses might be 60 plus if they're more studies-based, whereas they might only be 30 or 40 students if they're more production-based.
Perfect. I know you just talked about internships, and I think maybe Pam, you were talking about that for CDM. Are there internship opportunities available for Art Studio students as well?
So students can find an internship for art. It's just a little bit more less visible what the opportunities might be because those change. So we've had students do internships at local galleries. That's like a common, easy, visible one where the gallery already has an internship set up and we're able to get that all approved through the office pretty easily. Some students that are more interested in like teaching in K through 12 may go out of their way to connect with an art teacher at the K through 12 level, and then we coordinate being able to get all that paperwork done. But they're able to find internships that are related to the major. It's just a little bit more work on the student to find those art-based internships. We get a lot more of the independent projects coming out of art than we do internships.
Gotcha. Yep, that makes sense. All right, it's 7 o'clock. So I think we are out of time. Thank you. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Lane.
Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. For those of you who are still on, thank you. We are, like I said before, recording this, and so we'll have the recording up in the next, probably day or two once we get it all captioned and trimmed up and ready for production for you to see it again. We'll link that on the Aggie Experience Live site on the College of Letters and Science website. But for now, thank you for coming. Congratulations. And hopefully we will see you in the fall. Bye.